This guy, Paul F. Austin, is saying, oh, yeah, you guys found it. Good. There you go. And this is the biohacker that wants to live forever, right? Is this the guy? He's like 45 years old, but has the body of a 25-year-old. So first time, this is the researcher, Paul Austin. He said, I worked with the molecule and nothing in my 12 years of psychedelic experience prepared me for what it does to the body. He lost track of time. He was making sounds it never heard from come out of his mouth. Some people say that's, your body reacting to a poison, but DMT definitely does take you to a different place. He felt chest tension he didn't even know he'd been holding suddenly leave his body in waves that had nothing to do with his conscious mind. And he said, that's the medicine doing its job, not the cosmic vision or the white light. It was about my nervous system releasing stored up tension from past years, if not decades of life. Most people say, get over it. Get out and just get some sunlight and work out. So that was interesting, and that kind of concludes my health roundup for the day. So I want to go to a couple callers, and I might break in on things as we. Oh no, let's do this story first. Let's do this story. 1 in 8 U.S. adults say wireless radiation is causing health issues. 1 in 8. What does that mean for kids? So 1 in 6 Australian adults and 1 in 13 Canadian adults experience negative health effects from wireless radiation. Sensitive, it's called EMR syndrome, is a diagnosable medical condition. So she wanted to find out how widespread it was. She analyzed responses from 3,400 adults who randomly recruited in 2022 across United States, Australia, and Canada. Her name was Ann Steinman, PhD. So about 14% of these adults experience negative health effects. And these are 14. So you got to think about this. This is the 14% that are actually non-NPCs, and they're like kind of conscious of what's going on. And they're like, yeah, this is really messing with me. What does this mean? Most people just, they don't know either because they're, drinking or taking psychotropic drugs or something and they don't know why they feel bad. So the trend was highest among males aged 25 to 34. Those percentages are much higher than earlier studies reported. So it says the number could be lower. Some people with EMR syndrome have hardwired internet and are more inclined to do online surveys, which would have inflated the estimates. I don't understand how. Well, maybe they're feeling it from the cell phone towers near them. So I know there was you guys might be able to find this article. They had a cell phone tower above an elementary school, and they noticed like there was a cancer cluster. A bunch of kids got cancer. See if y'all can find that article. It's from years ago. And then they moved it, cluster. And like all the cancers went away.
How convenient.
So, in the meantime,
there just happened to be a cancer cluster.
We had Trump this morning talk about.
Well, that's literally what happened.
Peace with Iran, but the Iranians are saying no.
It was more than
that could be
a
negotiating tactic with Iran too. But we'll get more into that. If you watch the last hour of here it is. After several childhood cancer cases at one school, parents question radiation from cell tower. This is from 2019. Yeah, California elementary school. So it was the families at the Weston Elementary School in Ripton claimed the tower could have exposed the kids to harmful radiation. Sprint said the tower is safe and operated well below federal safety limit. It's interesting. When they were determining how safe cell phone radiation was, they only used one metric, and that metric was, did it heat something up? If it didn't heat anything up, like the cell or the skin, if it didn't heat it up, well, then it was determined not to have any problem. It was determined safe. How does that work? I mean, that's the only metric we looked at. Like, we looked at one. True. We looked at the gun firing, and if the temperature outside was lower than 38 degrees, it's just like you can't conduct a study like that. But that's how they did it, and that's, in fact, you can find that in the telecommunications bill that was passed under Clinton, and that's the metric they used to see whether cell phone radiation was dangerous or not. They're like, does it heat up your pasta? If it doesn't heat up your pasta, it's okay. That's how they used it. All right, let's go to Sean in California. Wants to talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Is this Sean, the anti-government guy?
Oh, I'm for lawful minimal government.
There you go.
But I was going to say, Rob, is you have such great topics that I wanted to bounce real quick to the geoengineering. I'll get right back to Strait of Hormuz.
Okay.
The National Assembly that you've heard me talk with you about, we actually issued requisitions, and in one of those requisitions, it was to expose the geoengineering program, which we unredacted the night RFK Jr. started talking about it openly. So you can check the timestamps and everything on our site, national-assembly.net, and you will see that we issued that material before it came the topic of the day. And then just real fast for the Straits of Hormuz, if we were able to tell Obama to not have boots on the ground in Syria through one of our documents sent to him, which kind of muddied up their plan a few years back, I think we can do the same thing with Iran. We just need the people to have lawful standing. So restore-america.org or national-assembly.net, and let me know when you want more information, my friend, because I'm here at work and I got a guy passed out drunk, so I'm going to have to go deal with him.
Well, take care of the current situation.
It's California. What do you expect?
Yeah, you know, don't even say where you're working at. We don't want to put that information out there. But yeah, it's crazy times, Sean. I'll tell you what. But more stuff. You know what I'm finding out though? The reason times are so crazy is more information's coming out, and eventually we're going to hit our pedo tolerance level. So thanks for the call. Good hearing from you. Let's go to Lucas in Georgia. He made a film. All right, Lucas is your first from Georgia. Is this some kind of joke? Georgia, Lucas? Go ahead, Lucas.
I said Lucas because if I say Luke, my last name is Bryant with a T, and people want me to start singing country songs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My name is Lucas Bryant. I'm a filmmaker out of Atlanta, Georgia, and I made a film about the tribulation, and I'd love to share it with InfoWars, and it releases around Easter. We're trying to do a big social media push. But basically, we're big fans of InfoWars, and we, of course, are Christians, and me and my producer wanted to make a film that, you know, if Hollywood can make Civil War, we can make tribulation, and we can tell exactly
Well, stand by. I'm going to let you plug your film when we come back. We're running into the break. We'll be right back. You're watching The War Room.
So, CIA declassified documents last week, Operation Artichoke to poison vaccines, food supply, and the water to dumb us down and make us controllable. Now new documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations, not just from cats, you name it, like Kennedy has one in his brain, and they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. And now, this is all over the place. Joe Rogan talks about it, I have for years. But here it is.
Oh, I died.
Scientists and doctors figuring out now, the CIA knew in 62 that dewormers could reverse most cancers and didn't tell the public. That's mass murder. Here it is.
Why parasite medications work against cancer cells. And it turns out that the parasites use mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation in the tissue. And these embendazole, fenbendazole kill these parasites. So I tried it on the cancer cell, and sure as hell, it targets the mitochondrial substrate and glycolysis. So we have a mechanism now why parasite medications are working. But cancer is not a parasite. All these people say, oh, cancer is a parasite. It's not a parasite. Parasites and tumors use a common metabolic pathway, and a drug that works against parasites can be very effective against cancer. And that's what we begin to see, especially under nutritional ketosis.
So to be clear, the anti-parasite drugs cut off the same mechanism in cancer, but we now know and have known that a lot of cancers from parasites, it's double good. And I don't sell that, but you can buy it online. And my medical doctor told me years ago, take this once a year as a regimen. I do. That's important information you might want to write down, folks, okay? All right.
Oh, boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up. Go to the UN's own website. They admit it. Over 2 billion people have cognitive disabilities because they do not have enough iodine. In the 20s, they found this. That's where I put in the salt. IQs went up about 20 points on average, 15, 20 points. Well, we have the very best atomic iodine in the world. Has been available in several years, ladies and gentlemen. But we have the original X2 back, but even stronger. Pure atomic. Atomic isn't radioactive. It means it's on the periodic table. It is absolutely pure. And I mixed that with ultra methylene blue that is also on record good for your pineal gland and reversing the calcification, the rest of it. Your Doc Chambers on, medical doctor, special forces colonel, Army colonel. And I said, what do you think methylene blue? He goes, oh, I've been on this since 2004. When I got blown up in Iraq, I had brain damage because it blew away the sheath that's on my nerves.
Yikes.
So I did research and found out that they had studies going back over 100 years on methylene blue helping regrow the sheaths on your nerves and all the rest of it. Well, we've got the best methylene blue, and I just mixed the iodine with the methylene blue with this water. I'm going to drink this, and this is pure rocket fuel. So good for your body. Essential iodine with methylene blue together is amazing. Pretty scary looking, too. So, by the way, the new product exclusively available right now at thealbertshowstore.com is T3. It's X2 back even better at thealbertshowstore.com. So for all the fans that wanted it, everybody that wanted to get it, we have had it for over a year. It is back, reborn, like the Phoenix, even stronger. Exclusively available through our sponsor, thealbertshowstore.com. But regardless, our methylene blue, our iodine is the best, and it does so many other things. Libido, stamina, energy. It skips the oxidation process in the cells, the methylene blue, and iodine works very similarly, and they go together like a horse and carriage. Get them both now. There's also another big sale as well at thealbertshowstore.com, and I thank you for your support.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the Resistance.
We left off with Lucas from Georgia talking about his tribulation film. I hope you have your website ready to tell everybody where they can go to, I guess, watch a trailer. And maybe you can send the trailer over and we'll play it by the end of the show. Go ahead, Lucas.
Show you guys the film early. I'll send a link over and I'll pass it over to the guys once we get off of here. It's not been released yet. It's released on Easter. But if you'll allow me, I want to explain a little bit about the movie, if you don't mind.
Well, what's the name of the movie?
It's just called Tribulation. It's not even hit IMDb yet.
Okay.
Because this was for a competition that Kodak puts on every year in Atlanta, except when COVID happened. Basically, you get 100 feet of 16 millimeter film to tell a story. And it's obviously like a secular competition. So like the Plaza Theater in Atlanta was packed out. And these films were about 3 minutes or less because you only get 100 feet of 16 millimeter film. So I thought, I've got this feature that I want to make about the tribulation, possibly a series. We're trying to figure out the way we want to do it with our outline, our script. And I said, let me take the opportunity to do a test run on tribulation, to test the palate of people in this political climate. And we made the film. Like I said, it's under 3 minutes. But I think that the film was made by people who love InfoWars, love the work that y'all do. And I think that upon watching it, you will immediately resonate with the just bold, cinematic like language that we've used, but also too just like it feels like you're watching it really happen in real time and everything that we talk about here on InfoWars. So like it's, yeah, like I said, it's really short. So when it releases, everybody will have to watch it. They won't have an excuse. And in this InfoWar, we really believe that the power of story, and not just journalism, but actual narrative storytelling is a great way, just like Hollywood brainwashes people into getting ready to accept the Civil War. Tribulation is how we fight back, and what that actually looks like in the heat of the moment. So we're extremely excited. I'll share the link with the team. And if you wanted to, if y'all liked the film, you're more than welcome when it releases to post it on InfoWars. There's not anything being made like this. It's in your face, biblical, but it's on the level of Christopher Nolan if he made a micro short film about the tribulation.
Wow. Well, I can't wait to see it. It's interesting. You know, you'd think 3 minutes of film, you can't really tell a story in that, but you could do that in a minute. You know, you watch what people put together on TikTok now, and like we're just organizing the information and getting it out there real quickly. You can do a lot with 3 minutes. It's almost like an eternity now.
Well, that's what we want to do. We want to continue making this on social media and get some grassroots funding behind it so we can actually make this for real and not pull punches on it. When we showed this to the crowd, it did not win the competition, obviously secular competition.
Well, you know, but that's not the point. Hey, look, hold on real quick, Lucas. The point is that you went in and you commandeered this kind of mainstream media contest with your message, which is what we do at InfoWars. We did something on the Harlem Shake years ago, which, you know, people were doing their Harlem Shake versions, but it was all goofy. We actually did ours, and then we talked about the Harlem Shake of a song and how it's kind of meaningless and just, but it's talking about how we're with the terrorists, and people were literally saying we're with the terrorists over and over again. I don't think people even knew that when they were talking about it. So it's good that you went in and hijacked this, you know, this event for your own purpose, for what you were doing. So I commend you on that.
Well, let me tell you, I had so many people come up to me and they're like, we want more. Secular people, they want more. As a matter of fact, the final girl from the Terrifier, the first Terrifier was there, and she absolutely was like, hey, let me know how I can get involved. So it's funny because when you watch the film, I'll just go ahead and tell you, we use Klaus Schwab at the very beginning of the movie. We use Yuval Noah Harari at the very beginning, in the beginning intro cards, introducing the things that they've literally said. And somebody asked me, yeah, man, those voices at the beginning were really creepy, besides the Antichrist that you hear in the movie in a voiceover through a radio. But they were like, the beginning voice is really creepy. I was like, well, you know, those are real people who have said real things, and this is exactly what they want. And it has caused so many people that I've introduced this movie to, and so many people who came and worked on the film industry being so secular, so liberal, it has caused so many people around me to really take a look at themselves. Just like when people worked on the Passion of the Christ, how lives were changed, that's what tribulation is going to do. So this is ministry, brother.
Well, good. I'm very proud of you. I can't wait to see it. What's your X handle?
I don't have X, but y'all can find me on Instagram at Lucas J. Bryant. Lucas is with a K, not a C. You can also find me on TikTok, which is going to be the primary push. Mm-hmm. We're going to be working with some influencers. Hopefully we can work with InfoWars. I'd love to stay on with you guys for a second and give you my info. And just find me on Instagram, again, at Lucas J. Bryant with a K, and the same for TikTok. And that is primarily where this is going to be released.
Excellent. Well, I can't wait to see it. It's coming out in Easter, which is sometime in April. I don't even know the exact date of Easter because it jumps around a lot. But it's in April, right? It's not. Some days it's in late March. When is it?
Yep. April 5th.
April 5th. Oh, so it's coming up. All right.
It's coming up. Yeah. Who can I? If I can, let me give you all my info, and so y'all. Can,
yeah, they'll take it offline. Yeah. Thanks for calling, Lucas. Let's go to. Oh, in fact, before we go, there it is, Lucas Bryant. That's on Instagram. So we're gonna check that out here. I told y'all about the guys, see if you can zoom in on this. Now, when you get your ticket, they talk about the CO2 emissions and contrail warming potential medium. I don't know. See if you can zoom in on that. Contrail warming potential medium. We will cover up Whitney Webb right there. Contrail warming potential medium. What? I thought these things didn't exist. They're just calling them chemtrails. Here it is low when you're flying in the afternoon, but in the early morning, late night, early morning, you're warming them clouds up. Look at that. Amazing. Along with how much CO2 you're contributing, your emissions. Crazy stuff. We keep learning more every day, which is how it's supposed to be. Yeah, Google Flights now show contrail warming potential for every flight. Okay, so that was last year. That's old news. Yeah, I don't use Google Flights that much, but that's interesting that Google's doing that. And look, what does it show? It shows chemtrails up in the picture. Yeah. You see? When the trail doesn't dissipate, you must enumerate. All right, let's go to James in Connecticut. Wants to talk about Kari Lake and election interference. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
I'm good.
All right, so listen, they got, Kari Lake did her secret recording, and DeWitt was on there. He was the chairman of the head of the RNC for Arizona, I believe.
Is that when he was trying to talk her out of running? Was that the recording?
Yeah, it is. Yes. Yeah. That, yeah. Well, yeah. That, I would consider that to be election interference, and the fact that they was on tape stating that our friends back east. Now that right there is an interstate election interference, and is actually a RICO charge. Why in the hell didn't they press him and her to find out who those people are? And because it was admitted that she knew who he was talking about, and he confirmed. And so why aren't they going after them and putting them in jail if they don't disclose who it is that was actually putting this plan into effect to get Kari Lake to drop out? I just don't understand why they let that happen, and how come nobody is talking about that. I know it's an old story, but man, it pisses me off. Excuse my friend. I'm so sorry.
Well, I've got an interesting tidbit to go with that. Came out yesterday. Former Democrat mayor of Detroit, Kwame Kilpatrick, says he has friends in Wayne County who oversaw the 2020 election who have informed him that Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer and Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson personally ordered shipping and counting of hundreds of thousands of fraudulent Biden ballots in the middle of the night on election night, which we all knew this is what happened. Like, there's no other way that this could happen than fraudulent ballots. When it became evident that President Trump was going to win the state, Kilpatrick said that stealing elections is Democrats' favorite pastime in order to maintain power over the city of Detroit, that Whitmer and Benson received millions of dollars from hostile foreign governments in order to rig the 2020 election in Michigan. Now, he's in jail. Well, let's see. Feds seek to seize $13,000 from bank account linked to former Detroit Mayor Kwame Brown. This is, they found a business checking account, and they were looking... Yeah, he was sentenced to 28 years for wire fraud and tax evasion when he was mayor and served 7 years, then granted clemency by President Trump in 2021. So that's right before Trump left office the first term. But, you know, if he had this information, why didn't he put it out then? When everybody was running around calling election fraud and everybody was saying, oh, there's no proof, there's no proof, there's no proof. There's a little bit more proof. Guys, let's get this clip ready. This is clip 10. This is a Michigan House Committee meeting on massive mail-in fraud operation where they were getting ballots that were supposed to go to overseas to people, but they were sending them domestically, and then those were getting filled out. People would be in Germany, and they were filling them out and sending them in. This is in Michigan. So here's the this is from February, but it kind of ties everything together, brings the whole room together like a good rug. All right, here it is.
These was absentee voters. We obtained a list of people that they had sent ballots to, that the ballots returned but still voted. So that raised our suspicions. So what we did was we obtained this list, and what we found out is that it was no way people was voting absentee because they never sent ballots or applications to the overseas address for them to return it. They actually listed that they sent the actual ballots to the Detroit addresses versus the overseas address, but a ballot was still cast and they not. It's no way they cast a ballot for a person in Germany when they sent the ballot to the west side on 7 Mile. There's no way that person voted from Germany. And it's right here, you can see Mary Elaine Beckman. She was voting out of a house that was full of immigrants. They couldn't even speak no English when we went to the house. No lie. They couldn't even talk to us in English. They was all living in this house. They didn't know no Mary Elaine Beckman. Now, we do understand that you do not have to live at that residence when you move overseas. The current residents do not have to know you. We understand all that. But the law also say that that must be your last address when you moved overseas. That wasn't her last address, and you must get the ballot sent to you overseas. There's no way you can vote when the ballot came to you in Detroit.
So there you go. That kind of ties in. I mean, that was all over the place. And yeah, they really had to go after Carrie Lake twice. They got her in the election when the ballots in the red areas didn't work. Remember, they were trying to put these ballots in and they kept coming out bad. And then people were like, oh, I got to go to work. I got to go do stuff. And so she lost a lot of support from that. But I'll give you the last word on that, James.
Well, I think that if we look at what the ask was for her to, throw that election, which she was easily winning and in every metric possible. But what you find is you see her lose that election and you see her stop even campaigning almost. I mean, it was like ridiculous. It was, although she said to put this recording out about DeWitt, and he did lose his job, but she did lose the election. I mean, I don't see how she could have lost that election unless she threw that election somehow. I just see this as a chink in the armor and a piece that we haven't explored properly, and nobody's been pressured on this. I mean, that right there is interstate election interference, and that's RICO charges for everybody involved. And we must find out who these people are back east. That's my point.
And it could be international, too. You don't know what the cartel interference is like down in Arizona. I'm sure it's a lot bigger than people think.
Well, they did say it in the tape that when she said to him, are you talking about our friends back east? And he said, yeah. And so that right there is an acknowledgement that they know who they're talking about. And, if the cartel is back east too, which it probably is, but probably not sending the chairman of the Republican National Committee of Arizona to go talk to the leading candidate.
Right,
I don't think that's the thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they didn't want Carrie Lake because she's not, she wasn't made from the ground up by these people. And that's how they want them. Republicans and Democrats are the same way. They want people that they can control. They want Lindsey Graham's. They want John McCain's. They want John Cornyn's. They want Dennis Hastert's, who they'll throw overboard when they're used up. They want those kind of people. They don't want Marjorie Taylor Greene's in there. They don't want Boebert's in there.
I mean, I could sit here and consume a bunch of the time just talking about all the nonsense that has gone on. MGT, she is, in my opinion, like one of the people that led this MAGA movement to the finish line. There's a whole bunch of them, but one by one, we see them getting cast out and thrown into the trash. I feel that there's something really big happening that we're not being told about, or we're too scared to look at. That's where I'm going to leave it.
All right. Well, thank you, James. Let's go to Matt in South Carolina. Let's talk about the accident at LaGuardia. Guys, see if y'all can pull up that picture of the plane that hit believe it hit a fire truck. This fire truck must be bigger than the trade center, though. Go ahead, Matt.
Hey, Rob. How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Perfect. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, actually, I'm in Southern California, but no worries. So just a perspective on that, listening to the audio, watching the video, it's kind of a combination between the air traffic controller and then the Port Authority driver of that fire truck. I'd be more curious to find out, what's the background of that driver, and because in the timing between them making the request to taxi across the runway to go help out the United flight that was having an odor issue in the back of the airplane. That's a whole other discussion, by the way. But anyway, the timing between making that request across the runway and then when they got that instruction from the tower, there's no way that controller didn't just see the proximity of that Air Canada flight on their final approach to the runway. Because clearly in that video, because I've seen other people online say, oh, why didn't the pilot do something? In that moment, you really can't, because that airplane, any of those airplanes on that runway, and you can clearly see the runway's wet, it had been raining. That airplane is not going to be real controllable on the ground. And really, those pilots were probably hoping that truck was just going to get out of the way enough that they can not hit them the way that they did. But I'm also kind of, like I said, curious about the driver of that fire truck, because we're all taught, anybody that works on the field on any airport, that before you cross any active runway, that you visually look to make sure that it's safe to continue. And that's my question. How did this, because this is at night too, so the lights from that airplane, how did they not see that was coming?
That's a good crash anyway, too. That was not that plane was probably moving at about 50% of what it was in the air. It was still moving pretty fast.
Yeah, and chances are they were probably on the brakes. They probably had the reverse thrusters out. They were doing everything they could. But again, at the same time, that's not an airplane you can swerve to avoid a fire truck like that. That fire truck's going to be way more maneuverable than that airplane, especially on that wet runway. And it's real sad for the pilots, because there was nothing they could do in that moment. So that's why it's like
they both died too, right? I believe they both died.
Yeah, just from the impact, it makes sense. I mean, because you can see all just that impact itself, and then of course all the water coming out of the fire truck. That's why the post impact fire gets put out real quick, because all that water back there, from the tail scraping the ground and all that just disperses right away. But anyway, just want to give that perspective, and then hopefully there's other airline pilots that listen that call in to kind of give what they see too. But yeah, it's really unfortunate and sad that. I would have to say there's nothing the pilots could have done in that moment. So anybody out there that's like, oh, the pilots were probably DEI hired, I doubt it. In terms of who else might have been,
could have been the air traffic controller or the guy driving. But you look at where he's coming from. Yeah. He's coming, and he would be on the left side of that truck, so he might not even seen or been able to see, because there's no review mirror in a fire truck. You've got machinery and pumps behind you, so you're in that little cab, and he's kind of going at an angle. He might not even have seen the plane coming in, but somebody in the air traffic control should have seen it and said something.
Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of thinking, like, why didn't the controller at least tell them to stand by, wait for that airplane to land, and then expedite across the runway to go help United? Right. Or if it was really that big of an emergency, they could have sent the Air Canada around, could have told them initiate to go around and climb away from the runway. But I mean, there's so many woulda, coulda, shoulda moments in that with that situation. But it's hard to tell from the grainy picture what type of fire truck it is. It kind of looks like a standard, what we might all see, on the road. But there's also the really big ones that they use at airports that have the big cannon on the back, and usually those have pretty good visibility, and that's usually the ones that lead the crash fire rescue, the CFRs as we call them. That's usually the one that's leading, that's also on the radio. So I mean, you can see the other half dozen behind the initial fire truck. None of them were moving yet, so it could have just been bad timing between the controller trying to let them go across the runway. But with that airplane on short final like that, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback, but that controller was definitely task saturated trying to deal with that emergency. And LaGuardia already is a mess. I mean, it's an orchestra every single day trying to get airplanes on and off the gates, so that he's trying to work on getting the gate for the United that had the emergency with the odor event, and then dealing with traffic and coming in on final like that. And why he didn't have more help, that's another question of a system breakdown at that airport.
Yeah, and you fly through like a Denver airport, tons of people there. I was in there yesterday. It was packed. People traveling home from spring break and whatnot. All the two flights I was on were both on time, and there was no problems getting into Austin. And even the bags coming in, usually it takes 45 minutes to get the bag out. It only took 20 minutes this time. So it's like, how come some of these airports work well and some of them don't? Some of them are just, and it seems to be the ones back east are more of a problem, probably because the technology and everything, the planes have gotten bigger. There's more people flying in them than there used to be. and there's more flights. And I think a lot of these airports back east aren't just equipped. They just don't have enough space to do it. There's always a space problem.
Especially LaGuardia. If anybody flies in and out of there, they know that's a small, tight airport.
Yeah, well, there's LaGuardia, there's Kennedy, and then then there's the one in Jersey that I used to fly into a lot.
And then there's Newark.
Newark,
Yep, and then there's Newark. Yep.
And they're all kind of precariously right near water as well. I don't know if LaGuardia is, but I know Newark is by some water, and so is Kennedy. Kennedy's by some, so if there's anything that happens, boom, you're going into some cold water. So it's pretty. That's a terrible accident. It'll be interesting to see if the air traffic controller gets blamed, or if he was maybe. They don't say the sex of the air traffic controller, as far as I know, but he or she was overworked. Might have been, been on the job too long. There's a lot of different elements to this. People don't understand how it is like a ballet to keep this going. And then on top of that, you got the TSA not showing up to work. So you got massive TSA lines everywhere. So this is not the time to be flying if you're going to be flying. All right, thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Matt. I'll give you the last word.
I was just going to say, it is a male controller, and it's funny, and this is just, my last part. The frustration of, there's a lot of time, there's always, whenever there's an accident, an airplane, blah, 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 they always want to label it as, pilot error. But when it's air traffic controller, they rarely say controller error. They call it a system error.
All right.
Where, in this case, it's probably a controller error.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, thanks for bringing that up. Appreciate it. We'll be back with more calls and more news here on The War Room. We are starting the second hour. Thank you for joining us. I'm Rob Dew, your host. You can find me on X at Dews News, DEWSNEWZ. See you in a bit.
So, CIA declassified documents last week, Operation Artichoke to poison vaccines, food supply, and the water to dumb us down to make us controllable. Now new documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations, not just from cats, you name it, like Kennedy has one in his brain, and they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up. Go to the UN's own website. They admit it. Over 2 billion people have cognitive disabilities because they do not have enough iodine. In the 20s, they found this. That's where it put in the salt. IQs went up about 20 points on average, 15, 20 points. Well, we have the very best atomic iodine in the world. Has been available in several years, ladies and gentlemen. But we have the original X2 back, but even stronger. Pure atomic. Atomic isn't radioactive. It means it's on the periodic table. It is absolutely pure. And I mixed that with ultra methylene blue that is also on record good for your pineal gland and reversing the calcification, the rest of it. Well, we've got the best methylene blue, and I just mixed the iodine with the methylene blue with this water. I'm going to drink this, and this is pure rocket fuel. So good for your body. Essential iodine with methylene blue together is amazing. Pretty scary looking, too. So, by the way, the new product is supposed to be available right now at thealexjonestore.com is T3. It's X2 back even better at thealexjonestore.com. So for all the fans that wanted it, everybody that wanted to get it, we have had it for over a year. It is back, reborn, like the Phoenix, even stronger, exclusively available through our sponsor, thealexjonestore.com. But regardless, our methylene blue, our iodine is the best, and it does so many other things, libido, stamina, energy, and they go together like a horse and carriage. Get them both now. There's also another big sale as well at thealexjonestore.com, and I thank you for your support.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
How would you describe him?
He's a hugely influential conspiracy theorist.
His ravings are untethered from reality.
It's a nasty piece of work, but I think he's also a deflating windbag.
He's not right in the head. I'm very pro-free speech, and the word dangerous is used far too liberally. In his case, I think it's actually justified.
Yeah. Could he be a threat to American democracy?
Everyone thinks he's a crazy motherfucker, and they never heard him talk. They think he's just nuts. And he is crazy, he is. But you gotta be crazy to stand in front of the world and put your ass on the line and say the things he's saying. So you gotta be a little crazy. It's like a rock star. Like Axl Rose, oh, he's crazy. Yeah, he's Axl fucking Rose.
There is a war for your mind.
Information is the unlock.
Information warfare.
I come to you with a spring in my step, a song in my heart, emotionally and spiritually refreshed, because you know how, as humans, we have to accept the fact that sometimes bad things happen to good people? Well, by the grace of God, sometimes bad things happen to Alex Jones.
That's a good thing. The despicable and ridiculous Alex Jones deserves every minute of torture.
I don't like giving people like Alex Jones a platform, but what do? He's out there.
Tucker Carlson continues to fawn over Jones, calling him
one of the most important truth tellers in America today.
What does it mean for the future of InfoWars?
Infowars.com. This is InfoWars, right?
I think everybody wants to know, will
he be shut down?
This verdict shuts down Alex Jones? Good.
I guess the good guys just won the InfoWars.
He is the #1 threat to these people.
Take the bullhorn away.
You know, kicked us off the internet, tried to ban our IP, got banks to cancel us, lawsuits, censorship, investigations from the FBI. I mean, everything has been thrown at us.
Take him out. Make certain he can't rebuild the platform.
That's what matters.
I hope that we never see someone like him again.
Infowars.com lives. People can come to my show every day, 11 a.m. Central, and they can hear what I'm actually saying, Piers, versus what you're trying to put in my mouth.
You got God's warriors coming together like the SWAT team of free thought.
It has become more than ever a litmus test as to whether you get what's going on in the world or not.
This is InfoWars, right?
If you don't get what Alex Jones represents, if you can't recognize that Alex Jones is the real deal, you don't get anything.
We're going to give this information on InfoWars.
So no concept of the wider perspective here. If you still can't see through the lies that are telling you that Alex Jones is somehow not who he says he is, you still can't get it.
We've been fighting this battle for a long time, Alex, and we just got to salute you as a Christian and as American, because you paved the way to make braver soldiers like us today.
This is about good versus evil and God fighting the devil. You got to pick a side now.
Info Warriors.
All we ever do is promote human freedom of every race, color, and creed. Our message is really imperative for everyone to understand, like, this is the way out. It's about understanding that every single human being has a right to live their life the way they want, unmolested and uncontrolled by those with more power than them. So no matter what they say about us, no matter how they want to portray us, just know that InfoWars really represents something totally unique, totally special, and an existential threat to the most vicious, evil, totalitarian, and importantly, miserable people on the earth. Who is the #1 player in all of this? Who is the #1 symbol of alternative media and, you know, internet content? It is
the legend that is Alex Jones, and you were fighting on the front line, and now we're here with you. You got some other superheroes part of the Avenger movie fighting for Christ and free speech.
Folks, we really are going to save this country, and we really are going to save this planet.
On InfoWars, think about that for a second.
They're going to remember Alex Jones. They're going to remember InfoWars.
Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live forever. The fight will continue. Be sure to follow us on X at RealAlexJones and at AJN Live. And now you can download the #1 news app in the world. Go to AlexJonesApp.com and let the Democrat Deep State Party know that we will never be silenced.
One of the most important things to me in my life is to get things right and to tell the truth and to be accurate. That's why they say Alex Jones is right. But it's not just our news, our prediction, or information that are incredibly accurate. It's the products. And out of all the amazing supplements at thealexjonestore.com, Our methylene blue, ultra methylene blue, is the best you're going to find on the market. It's so good for your body. Instant, clean, amazing energy. You owe it to yourself, if you sat on the fence, to go to thealexjonsstore.com right now and get ultra methylene blue. And believe me, you are going to want to reorder it again. We have an 84% reorder on that product. No other supplement anywhere has anything even close. That is how amazing it is. Secure your ultra methylene blue now at thealexjonsstore.com. And thanks for keeping us on the air. Repeat what you said is happening. You fill in the...
I feel like that stuff in my fingers. I feel tingling fingers.
There's the camera. Blast them with full power right there. Ah! Yeah!
You're tuned in to the War Room with your host, Rob Dew. Watch it live right now at band.video.
Oh, the rich people want what the poor people got. And the
I found the worst bumper music ever and decided to share it with you. This is a band from the 60s called The Shags. It's three sisters, and their dad, when he was a little boy, his mother read his palm and said, "You're going to have a band of superstar musician daughters," or something to that effect. So he got these three daughters, pulled them out of school, and I don't know what he trained them on because they're obviously terrible musicians. But it is, I think Frank Zappa called it one of the most important albums, or he called them better than the Beatles. And it was Kurt Cobain who said it was top 5 album of all time. Had you guys ever heard of that in the back? The Shags? Yeah. Well, there's a reason why. There's a reason why you never heard of them. You know, and now I don't know how this video came across my path, but it was from New York, or it was from The Guardian, I'm sorry. And they were like, oh, they're like superstars now. I'm like, look, they weren't that good. They probably shouldn't have made an album. Oh, look, they found vintage footage of them. Apparently, they didn't even know about putting your guitar in tune. They were just made to practice all the time. So they wrote these songs and figured out a way to play them, which is also interesting in itself, you know. You can see they have decent stage presence. They weren't just shoegazing. Anyway, I think we got one more of those coming in the hopper. Let's go. All right, yeah, let's go with Sam in New York, and then we'll go to Luke in Arizona. Sam in New York wants to talk about light and metabolism. Running off of our light bulb video that we played with Dr. Huberman. Go ahead, Sam. How are you today?
Hey, Rob. Doing good. How are you?
I'm great.
Yeah, no, I thought that was pretty interesting. So the thing is, Huberman, there's the video on YouTube with Huberman, and he was talking with a gentleman. His name is Jack Cruz. Not sure if you've heard of him.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Jack Cruz.
He talks about methylene blue a lot.
Yes, sir. So part of his, so as you know, he's a brain surgeon. I just want to encourage your audience to check out that discussion. So it's Jack Cruz, it's Andrew Huberman, and Rick Rubin. They did it about 2 years ago. All the stuff that you were talking about, the whole light thing, they go into that very, very, it's very scientific, very in-depth. And
you're talking about Rick Rubin, the music producer?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. Okay. So all three of those guys are having like a round table.
Exactly. And they really go into it. The thing I wanted you guys to know is Huberman is not like, from what I remember from that interview, he is not like an expert at this stuff. It's really Jack Cruz, and it's really a teach-in scenario. So if any of your audience is really interested in this whole light, metabolism, browning, all that stuff, go to YouTube, look at that teach-in. I believe it's about like 6 hours long, and they just go into all this stuff. Jack Cruz is telling him all this like crazy stuff about light and how it affects metabolism and diseases and stuff. It's very, very fascinating. I heard you talking about it, I was like, wow, I think you guys should know about it.
Sam, you sound like you're on the moon. This connection is so amazing right now. I don't know if you need to go closer to a window. Maybe get some light on your phone or something. You're breaking up pretty bad. But I agree with you. There's definitely something with that. And Jack Cruz did an interview with, I think it was Danny something. I forget his last name. He's one of these guys who suddenly has come onto YouTube and he gets all the promotion because he doesn't stray too far from the mainstream, but just far enough to keep it interesting, keep people watching. But he did a really good interview where I guess Jack Cruz did most of the talking, but talking about Kennedy and Dr. Mary's monkey and how all that stuff intertwines. And he talked about methylene blue for a while, which we also sell at the AlexJonesStore.com. I use the pill version, not the tincture, but I do one pill every other day, and it's totally amazing. But go ahead, Sam, see if your phone's cleared up a little bit. Oh, it's gotten worse. All right. Well, Sam, thank you for calling. I appreciate you. I'm going to definitely look that up. That sounds like something that could be for several car rides around Austin, listening to Andrew, Huberman, Cruz. But it sounds like Cruz is doing most of the talking, and that's usually what happens. People, you don't have to be super smart to realize when somebody's smart to let them talk, and you might learn something. So there you go. And Rick Rubin's an interesting character to boot. All right, let's go to Luke in Arizona. Luke, what's going on with Trump? Aside from him bringing the market up $1 trillion in 1 hour. Luke, are you there? Have we lost the calling system, or is Luke not talking? Guys? Okay, so yeah. I just don't know if he's talking and it's not going through.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
Luke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Hi, we're here to talk to you about your extended warranty. Luke, how's your extended warranty on your car? Is it up to date?
I'm talking. Methylene blue I use and trifecta.
All right, Luke, let's go back to the beginning. Hold on. Luke, you're on the air from Arizona. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm well. I've been using methylene blue and trifecta for about a month now, and I have ADHD, and dyslexia, and I feel that it gives me a little bit more focus, gives me some more focus, and I'm trying to think. So I got distracted because my phone was on mute. I don't know why, but let me just point out where I really called, But I do use those products for about a month, and methylene blue for about 2 months.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I want to point out something. There's a proven history that there has been a war that has been won. If you let me finish, I'm just saying. And in World War II, we were supposed to go into Japan with boots on the ground until they dropped those 2 bombs on those 2 cities. I'm not advocating using nuclear weapons. I'm just showing that nonetheless, that those 2 bombs brought that war to the end. A few days later, the Japanese government, the imperial person who and the generals of the Japanese army, they all decided that the emperor all decided that they would end the war unconditionally. They would surrender unconditionally.
Right. But I heard also that might have happened. Hold on 1 second. I'll let you finish. I heard that there was that they actually knew the Japanese were going to surrender, but they wanted to test the bomb out anyway and just show how badass it was. That was their inclination to keep going with it, even though they knew Japan was getting ready to surrender. But I don't know. That was 60, 70, 80 years ago. So who knows? But go ahead.
All I'm trying to point out that they say that we always have that there has to be boots on the ground, this, that, and the other thing, because you can't win by bombing a country into submission or into unconditional surrender. And all I'm trying to point out is that there was proven fact during World War II, we were supposed to send like 500,000 troops through MacArthur to invade Japan, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. But we said no, because we knew the casualties would be so high, either death-wise or injury-wise, But nonetheless, we did drop those 2 bombs, and roughly on August 9th, a few days after August 9th, the second bomb of 1944, okay, they surrendered. I'm going to say August 12th, they surrendered. The Japanese imperial generals, the government, and the person that they feared as their religious person, he also surrendered, okay, unconditionally. So there is a proven history that proves what we call air superiority and bombing, okay, can bring a war to an end. And nonetheless, okay, we did not send any troops to fight in Japan because they surrendered like 3 days or whatever amount of days it was after August 9th, 1944. So I just want to point that out that Trump, I think, you know, why I think he's going to do what he's doing is justified. They had a report that Iran was developing high-tech, and some of the weapons they've been using, okay, have been more high-tech than we thought of beforehand that they had, okay? And in that process, he's kind of justified by doing what he's doing, because if we would have given them another year or two, they would have developed even better weapons and maybe even had nuclear weapons, and we could never stop them if it came to that point. Okay, so he had to make a decision, in my opinion, and he also likes Patton. Okay, I wanted to point that out for a minute. Trump also likes Patton. Okay, I think he admires him, and I'm going by the movie. And all I'm saying is that we could not give them another year or two. We had to stop them in their tracks.
Wow,
okay. And are you still there, Rob?
I'm listening. Yeah.
Okay. So, and can I just point out something? I just wanted to point that out, that there is a proven history, and people keep forgetting that the Japanese war against America and Britain and some other countries, the Allies, okay, was stopped.
I was away for a minute.
So I'm going to say on August 9th, 1944. That was the second bomb.
Sorry about that.
On this, I'm not advocating nuclear weapons.
Sorry about that. I was away
Pointing
from
out
you.
that strategically and surgically, Iran. Okay.
Okay, hit the
Strategically
faucet.
and surgically, all his generals and Trump himself can develop a pattern where they will stop Iran in such a way they will have to surrender. I'm going to say unconditionally, like Trump did, but in some way surrender, and the war will end, and the Straits of Hormuz will open up again. And I believe by the end of 2 weeks from now, so next like two or three Mondays from now, there will be we'll call it some form of capitulation from Iran to stop the aggression and to move forward in a peaceful way and open up the Straits of Hormuz. That's what I think.
Well, let's hope before
Straits of
more destruction
Vermouth.
happens rather than later.
Straits
'cause I
of
tell you what,
Vermouth.
I think of all of our presidents dropping a nuke,
They should
Trump is
just
the
open
one
the
that would
Straits
do
of Vermouth.
You know, people say whatever you want about him. It'll take a lot of cojones to drop that bomb. He is definitely one that would do it. I don't know what that would turn into, and hopefully it doesn't happen. Because a
That's
lot
what they
of
should
innocent
do.
people
They
are
should
gonna
open
die.
the Straits
There's a
of
lot of innocent
Vermouth.
versions, and that's going to
Yo, what up?
you know, Trump made that nuclear
streaming, bro?
Pearl Harbor joke. He made the Pearl Harbor joke in front of the Prime Minister of Japan, and she even kind of was like, "Oh wow, I can't believe he went there." Like, Trump's the kind of guy that would go there. I think he would do that, and maybe if he thinks that's the only way that'll get him out of this war is to drop a nuke, because right now it doesn't look good. A couple of these long-winded tweets from
Verified
Sanaka
channels?
Pereira.
I don't know.
So
How are
it
they
says in
verified?
24 hours, the Iran war crossed 4 thresholds simultaneously. Each one would be a huge story on any other day. First, Iran struck Arid and Damonia in southern Israel on Saturday.
What do you mean verified? How do I get verified? Am I verified? You mean the green check? I think you mean the green check. Chris Pavlovsky gifted me a premium membo. That's premium, I think. Let me hover over it. Verified. I think that's, yeah, Chris gifted that to me. Yeah. I think that's what that is. I don't know why it's verified. I thought it was for a year. Maybe it's 2 years. I guess you keep it. I don't know. Not really entirely sure. I know that my whatchamacallit, like there's premium up here. So I don't know if that is it. See premium up here? I don't know. I don't know if that is what that is, so your DVR cut off? I think I turned the DVR off. I used the let's see here, in Rumble Studio. I use the source pass-through. See how it's checked. Source pass-through may improve quality and latency, but will disable rewinding. So you don't get the DVR with the source pass-through. You know. It was gifted to me while I was watching someone else's stream. It wasn't while I was streaming. I was in someone else's chat and he gifted like 20 or something. Just to random chatters. I guess you can gift premium memberships in the chat. Yeah. If Chris is doing raids and shit, I would. Well, I don't know if they do those raids anymore, do they? Remember when Chris and Flawdzilla, Chris and Flawed used to do the raids like every weekend. And Chris would gift all kinds of shit in the chat. That was the good old days. Nine seconds left on this faucet. Here we go. I don't think this one's ready yet. No, 2 minutes. This one's ready though. See, I'm still hitting the faucets. Even though they're closing, I'm still hitting them up. It is what it is. Yo, what up, Quinn? I'm not entirely sure how you actually do it. Oh, wait. You can gift within the chat. Wait, I thought gift subs. I don't know how he did it. I'm looking in the I really don't know. Subscribe. See, if you click the little gift, you can gift subs, but that doesn't gift premium memberships. I don't know how he did it. Somehow he was able to gift premium memberships from within someone's chat. So, but I'm looking in my stream and there's no way to nope, there's no way to do it. I got Rumble Wallet working though. Apparently, I got the tip jars activated. Bob Dew's hosting InfoWars, the War Room.
The world today. Here's another one. Salt Smarts. How iodine has increased America's IQs. Starting in the 20s, we had super.
Yo, we could start our own money laundering operation with Rumble Wallet. Hey, what do you think? I'm just kidding. I would never do that. You redid your overlay? Rumbot? I don't even know what Rumbot is. Is it some affiliated with Rumble or something that a user made? Oh shit. Yeah, I forgot. I was asking Grok or Claude to create a new crypto coin network. But I lost the tab. Kick. Followers only. Twitch or Kick is followers only. But Twitch. Stream manager. Unstable. Twitch stream is unstable. Of course.
Time and get trades that much faster than other people and make, ungodly amount of money. And then Iranians came out and said, that is bull. And at 7:37, so 27 minutes later, it then drops $1 trillion in 23 minutes, another trillion. So you could say, oh, he lost $1 trillion, or he made $1 trillion in the market. Look at that, with just one X post. A $3 trillion market swing in 56 minutes. And so this guy who's probably a bot, Shibo, God's burnt. I mean, anybody that puts a little character or something is usually, and not their real name, is usually some sort of a bot with an agenda. Most people saw chaos. I saw something else entirely. Trump posted that the Iran talks were productive. The market surged, then it went back down, lost $1 trillion. Then went up $2 trillion, went down $1 trillion. He's holding the markets in the palm of his hand, and he's not afraid to move them. Think about what this actually means. The last 2 midterms were bear market year. The last 2 elections, and incumbents lost. Trump knows this. He's not stupid. So he's saying basically Trump is orchestrating this to create a giant bull market going into the midterms. Q4 is just amazing. And the new Fed chair does come in May. He makes this point, slashing 1 to 2% immediately, which would be huge for people trying to buy a house, people trying to sell a house. And then they get an Iran deal, which some people are saying in 2 weeks. Maybe that'll happen. So I don't know. I don't believe in the 5D chess. I don't think Trump or the people working with him are that savvy. So there's the Khaleesi letter. The sporadic moves in price considered that potential large player in the space is being liquidated. But more importantly, the persistent move in the 10-year note yield, which is now 4.4% for 3 weeks, beginning to weigh on various asset classes. Combine this with the headlines fatigue and pockets of liquidity in the market, and the massive gap in both directions is only growing. Something big is happening in the markets right now. So, very interesting what's going on. Let's go back to the phones. Is the blinking one the one who's going to hold the longest? Okay. Let's go to Scotty in Wisconsin. Scotty, let's talk about LEDs. Go ahead, Scotty.
When you call in your scratch, can you hear me? No, you don't have to ask that. And how are you? No, you don't have to ask that. And thanks for taking my call. No, you don't have to ask that. And homes that are out of their worth, you're one of my all-time favorites. You don't have to compliment them. I love complimenting crew. The crew is the fastest on the planet, like light speed.
That's only because they play a lot of video games.
I met a few of them, actually. You were not in Chantilly in 2012, but I did meet some of the crew. Anyway, and they were awesome, and I helped them. So, anyway, that's blah, blah, blah. One of those where I got to give props to that video production for that black and white recently, the black and white. Yeah, that was awesome.
It was a good video. That's Brandon. Brandon, who's been an info warrior for many years, just got hired on recently. And we had a couple people leave. We had to fill a couple spots. We were getting very low on the crew chain. And yeah, he jumped in. He's done a great job.
Now it's time for me and Jonathan. I can't even talk about that right now, but when you talk to Alex next, please tell him thank you for his parents. You'll remember his dad talking about dental stuff and
Got a duck.
whatever.
That's so close.
Going way back. So when you move location, you find a lot of stuff in your basement. And man, I have 28 InfoWars t-shirts. I have
Knocked him out.
That I believe that is potassium iodide is what you're talking about that we were selling during Fukushima. I don't even know if we were selling things to do that. But I still have mine too. And hey, I think we're closer to a nuclear type of war situation than we've ever been in. I don't think it's been a long time since it's been this close. And but let's pray for peace and pray for cooler heads to prevail. Thank you for calling. Let's go to John in Tallahassee. As on your confusion to confusion. This sounds like a Jeopardy category.
Rob, in all seriousness, we have a lot of years of promise of open change, and it didn't change our whole bitty thing. But I'll say this much, and this much I will say. God has the answer to the confusion. His word does not come back void. If we, as a republic, get down on our face before God and seek His face and humble ourselves, He will heal us. And this is a hope and change better than any human being or AI system could ever say. Now, my dad worked the whole 4-year project in the side of the mountain at Oak Ridge, Tennessee that built the 2 A-bombs. My uncle, his brother, who was in the Korean War,
I've seen the cockroach serious blueprints.
mobile baking unit and baked bread for the troops. I'm speaking from common sense, complicated stuff that came to me piece by piece. And I know that God will have the last word. So I pray that people will wake up in this country and quit the confusion and go back to the maker of the universe, because he's a lot better than AI. I call it MI, majestic intelligence. And that's what I got to say. This is AKA Johnny Freight Train Rob.
Well, Johnny, that was awesome. I like that. And if you notice, what group does pray? I mean, I don't know who they're praying to. They're praying to Mecca. But the Muslims, they get out and they pray every day. Imagine if all the Christians started praying every day. What would happen? Maybe our leaders would. And you know, there's something coming up in May. Trump wants to have a national prayer day in D.C. And I think what's going to happen is that if this Iran war is still going on, it's going to turn into a giant protest. It's going to turn into we're done with this. We're done with the military-industrial complex running everything. We're done with Lindsey Graham. We're done with the warmongers. You know, I guarantee you, every solution that we have in this world can be solved without Trump. You know, we may not get along, we may not see eye to eye, we may have to declare boundaries, but people think that's naive. But I firmly believe that more humans want to live in peace than want to kill them. That's what I think. Thanks for your call, John. Let's go to Mike in Ohio. Wants to talk about what's coming with Iran and Israel/anti-Semitism. Go ahead, Mike.
I told him, you know, I feel like we're really gearing up for a long-term, at least conflict longer, and more aggressive than what we've seen in the past. And I feel like the American public is, the fact that Israel has pushed us into these forever wars. And I know right here in my home state of Ohio, Senate Bill 87 just recently passed the Senate, which can give you up to 20 years in federal
Maybe get some
condoning
respect.
nuclear weapons, but we know that nukes worked in Japan, and it's like, well, that was the time when nobody had a nuke besides us. Now everybody and their brothers got one, you know, and what makes America think that we're so great we can just start lobbing nukes and nobody's going to retaliate against us? You know, I mean, and so I don't think nuclear warfare is a thing. I have to agree with you that peace is the way. Boundaries, you know, set boundaries. I mean, we have the potential right now for unlimited energy and all these amazing things we've discovered, and it's like during this amazing time of enlightenment, we're getting drugged down into this darkness, you know, and then the other fellow talking about farmers not stockpiling fertilizer. Yeah, thank you. You gotta realize, I know farmers here that farm 2,000, one family farms 2,000 acres, the other farms 5,000. And they're pretty big farmers. And they're strapped, man. If they don't spend all their money that year, the government
Got me once.
like 50%.
Point is, won't give me again.
Better in their interest to either invest in equipment or land or whatever, and you know they don't really think ahead on seed and fertilizer. So
Because it's always there.
it's always available, and the price may fluctuate a little, but right, it's readily available. This is the first time I've ever ran into anything like this, and I feel like Trump's just kind of. I feel like it's motivating him in this war. You know, I feel like he's got the Israel First people in his administration just telling him, you know, you're the greatest Trump. You can do anything.
Yeah, what's with that?
One day, they're going to stop. Trust me.
And like we said, collective thought is a very big thing, and collective prayer is even stronger. You know, you've got millions, if not billions, of Muslims praying for the same thing every day, and not just daily, multiple times a day at the same time. Whereas us Christians are lax, you know, you have the Jewish faith that is very good at historical records and keeping track of what their goals are and what they're going to accomplish, you know, for generations to come. And we as Christians are just like, we'll take it day by day.
Every man for himself.
Good.
That's how
It is, and we really need to change our thought process. And I told Harrison, you know, like, American public's lazy, protesting cars, nobody wants to go out, nobody wants to do anything. I told him, I wish media personalities like you, him, Alex, everybody would just come together and start talking about, like, let's organize a 2-day sit-in where on Monday and Tuesday we don't go to work, we don't pay bills, we don't pay, you don't buy gas, we don't do anything, shut the economy down. And if that doesn't work, 2 weeks later we go 3 days. If that doesn't work, 2 days later we go 4 days. You know, we know that they really don't care because of COVID. They're obviously, they can shut the economy down, but it's an easy way to protest, and I feel like it would at least get our message across.
Yeah, the right doesn't seem to it's like the one big protest they had, they allowed that to be co-opted by the government and the media, which is Jan 6, which was.
Whereas if we all sit at home, though, you know, there's no way for them to co-opt that. There's no federal agent going to come in our house and try and incite us to go do violent things or put ourselves in a situation where they can turn it against us. It's a simple message that it's simple to do, yet...
Well, I've seen the left call for these types of boycotts and sit-ins and stuff, and nothing happens. People do it. You know, it makes you wonder. People, you know, so they got the left and right coming up with this idea. And what I personally think is going to happen if things don't change with all this disclosure coming out, you're going to see people
Okay.
matters into their own hands against these people individually. Whether it's someone that, and it's going to be someone, there's always somebody on the inside of this organization who's somewhat disgruntled or something like that. And they see what's going on, and they've suddenly woken up, or they had a family member die of a heart attack after the vaccine. And
Deep close.
figuring it out. You know, you're going to see retaliation happen. And it's a shame we can't just, you know, hold people accountable and put them in jail where they belong. Tony Fauci and others like that, Bill Gates, people who are literally profiting off these pandemics and planning these pandemics to profit off of them. And at some point, people are going to have enough. You know, the veto tolerance level is going to lead to jail time, or it's going to be it's that movie where they all run around and kill each other at night. The Purge. And I don't want to see that. You don't want to get caught up in something like that. That's chaotic. But we have all these systems of justice. You know, like here's an interesting tweet that Kosh Gupta put out. A bartender in Galveston in Texas was arrested for serving a drunk customer that killed someone. She makes $25 an hour. A federal judge makes $236,000 a year and has absolute legal immunity for every decision on the bench, including releasing violent offenders who kill again. Now tell me how that's fair. How is that fair? How is that fair that a federal judge that releases a criminal back on the streets to not finish their sentence or not even have a sentence, and they go out and kill again? But the bartender is responsible for the actions of some guy. Two levels of justice, and you can't have that. You can't have that. All right, let's try to fit in one or two more callers. Let's go to Carson in FEMA Region 2. Go ahead, Carson.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
That's great.
So, the main thing I wanted to talk about, I've seen some people kind of mention it, especially some of the guys who are filling in for Alex Jones this week. But the Zionism propaganda that's been going on in this country for, I would say, probably nearing 100 years at this point. You got to realize most people, they kind of touch on the subject a little bit. I mean, I'm sure you've heard about dispensationalism, this and that, like in Christian Zionism, Judeo-Christianity and all that. That is all sourced from basically two main guys, well, there's a third one, from about 200 years ago when this started. And again, this is not really talked about enough. This is the driving, motivating factor for why so many of our politicians are Lindsey Graham's or Ted Cruz's, your Mark Levin, and this same dispensational Zionism propaganda is everybody who's Trump's spiritual counsel at the moment too. Trump claims he's a man of God, but yet he's surrounded by the same people that basically support this genocidal regime. So again, there's just not enough talk about it. People have to wake up that this is not a what's the word I'm looking for? This is not a benevolent regime at all. It's very obvious. Clearly, people who are going on in Gaza. I mean, they're bombing Lebanon right now. Netanyahu coming out insulting Christ and blowing up Christian villages in Lebanon as well. Like these people
fury,
do not respect Christians at all. I guarantee you, if they did not need the protection of the United States, they would have already made Christianity illegal in Israel. And I think that's pretty evident.
Yeah, well, it's pretty amazing that Trump can get talked into this war, not have a way out of it. And, you know, the guys he's telling to either do it or just, you know, they're following orders.
Keep touching his hand.
But it's gonna keep getting bigger and bigger into a quagmire. And if he doesn't look and said, who got me into this war? Here, this just come out. Oh no, this is 9:30 this morning. Trump says Israel will be very happy. We'll bring up that headline again. We'll be very happy with the Iran ceasefire deal amid good negotiations, as Iranians called him for talks. And the Iranians are saying they didn't do that. Where is that information coming from?
I think that's coming from the same information that when someone asked him if he got his information from Tulsi Gabbard, and he said he had other sources, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But the thing is there's a reason why so many people in the older generation have this same mentality. I'm sure you've seen it. Wasn't it that Rex Jones was going out basically interviewing the boomers, and they were all basically saying the same thing. Is these people have been raised on this theology their entire life. It's been the most prevailing theology for Christianity, and it's the most popular one throughout the country. I mean, if you really look into it, they literally teach this in the pastoring colleges that most of the Christian pastors go to.
you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support at thealexstore.com.
Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live forever. The fights will continue. Be sure to follow us on X at RealAlexJones and at AJNLive. And now you can download the #1 news app in the world. Go to AlexJonesApp.com and let the Democrat Deep State Party know that we will never be silenced.
Like I told you, I'm not playing games about this information. You're going to get up.
And that's fine. It's a joke. We've many times made the point that they use Homeland Security against marijuana smokers, Amish people selling raw milk. And so the joke is, oh my gosh, look at those evil Amish. They're with Al-Qaeda. I get the joke. My point is that when school children go to school and sing this in English, as people are now doing, I'm with the terrorist over and over again, like Gangnam Style. Hey, sexy lady, will they be thrown in jail? We're seeing 10-year-olds and 8-year-olds charged with probation officers and going to trial for having water guns and cap guns and just playing with their friends. We're seeing people expelled from school or the police being called for Nerf guns or Hello Kitty bubble guns that project bubbles. Why is the hypocrisy getting so over the top? It's because the establishment is setting the precedent to selectively enforce their thought police edicts. If the globalist mouthpieces of Hollywood and the music industry want to push anti-family, violent garbage and promote mass murder and killing, that's okay. If a song wants to say, we're with the terrorist, it's just a joke. But when your child's in the front yard playing with a Nerf gun, it's not. When your child talks to friends at school and says, let's go play with water guns after school, here's mine, they're going to get arrested and charged. This is part of the thought police system, where they're above the law and they selectively set the rules. So you have been warned. And here's an example of that. I was reading a Billboard article with the creators of this particularly catching jingle, and they said, we put it out there, we want people to use it, we've told people to use it, but if we choose, we'll block it and claim copyright. That wouldn't hold up in court, but they don't care. Most people don't know their rights, so who knows, they may even block this video because we were mildly critical. In closing, the Harlem Shake and things like Gangnam Style are part of an arrested development promotion system where the social engineers want to basically freeze development of men and women at the age of about 12-year-olds so that we never become serious, focused adults. And having a good time has a place, but you're not supposed to do it 24/7. Free people have a serious and focused mind. I'm Alex Jones, reporting for Infowars.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live.
Cut it up there. That was from February 20th, 2013. Many years ago. There's Alex with a little more hair than he's got now. And I was the Obama, Joker Obama in a box. costume stuff, kind of pulled everything out that we had and recruited people's girlfriends to come over and help with us. And but where you're looking at right now, that big building, that room right there, that's where this studio is right now. Okay. So February 20, 2013, that was this room. It had carpet. There's no maps on the walls. There's no TV screen. We built that wall back here. Because that door is right behind this wall. There's a door right there. It's that door right there. So pretty crazy how the times change. Can't see the windows anymore either. They're blocked up. Close up. So we can have a nice studio space. And now is where we have the war room. And we'll be right back with the third hour. I'm your host, Rob Du. You can find me on X.
Compounds that are guaranteed to change your life. T3, pure atomic iodine, nobody else has it. It's next level. And ultramethylene blue, that is great methylene blue. These two products together supercharge mitochondrial cells, clean out the body, and are game changers. Iodine is essential, meaning you die without it. The UN admits that most people that have cognitive disabilities is because of lack of iodine. You add ultramethylene blue to this, it supercharges everything. Ladies and gentlemen, T3 is now available. DellisonStore.com. Very best iodine we know of that exists. You're going to be better. We'll adopt that if we can. This is the best. This is all we found. And we have the best medical grade ultramethylene blue. Get yours now, right now. You're a VFM member. 50% off. Regular customers, 25% off. It funds the info war. More importantly, it is a game changer. If you don't take my advice and try this, you're insane. All you got to do is try it. You'll be blown away. Take action now. DellisonStore.com to get T3 now available. And methylene blue at DellisonStore.com.
You're watching The War Room with your host, Rob Du. Watch it live right now at band.video.
Maybe if we send the Shags over to Iran, we can get peace. Stop playing. Although this interesting song is called Savior, and they said all we have to do is believe and pray. There's a message behind this lack of musicianship. I discovered the Shags today, so I thought you should all discover them too. The most stunningly awful, wonderful record, how the Shags became rock's most divisive band. Wow. So I covered this earlier just a bit. It was about the memo. I just had it here. I moved something. That's all it takes. One, there it is. Exclusive, Pentagon to adopt Palantir AI as core U.S. military system. So we had at the end of February, and I think this was because they wanted, the AI to pick out bombing targets, and they asked, their AI was it adaptogenic or anthropic? Anthropic said, oh no, we're not going to do that. And the reason they said it isn't because they care about people's lives. I'll tell you that. The reason was they didn't want to be on the hook when this thing made a mistake and started killing the wrong people. So this was on my birthday, March 20th. Palantir's Maven artificial intelligence system will become the official program of record. Deputy Secretary of War Steve Feinberg said in a letter to Pentagon leaders, a move that locks in long-term use of Palantir's weapons targeting technology across the U.S. military. In the March 9th letter, he said, with the latest tools necessary to detect, deter, and dominate our adversaries in all domains. That's what this means. And part of that is what they have developed, and they call it the kill chain. Guys, I think this is 8 or 9. Or no, 16 kill chain. So this is Palantir people like Alex Karp and others talking about how they decide they want to kill people. And listen to the terms they use when they're talking about eliminating lives. That's what I want you to understand. Is this is how they see you. And the other AI companies see you the same way. They don't see you as a human with a soul. They see you as a data bit on a dashboard.
innocuous. So something like tech for the amelioration of unwanted blah blah blah. For me, it's the kill chain.
Kill chain sounds good.
Kill chain isn't an original term created by Palantir. It's the more general military verbiage for the series of decisions leading from identifying a target to taking their life. Palantir's contract added their software and artificial intelligence to the kill chain.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent.
Reduces the distance you have from the problem, but when you're able to take a step back.
Hold on, pause for a second. Quicker, safer, and better, and also more violent. He says all that in one sentence. That's what kill chain is. Well, back it up just a little bit to we hear that soundbite again. It just kind of flows really quick. Quicker, better, safer, what? More violent? With more violence? Now with more violence inside. More violence for you. All right, here it is.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent.
Reduces the distance you have from the problem, but when you're able to take a step back, it's the actual application of these technologies, the whole starts falling apart, which is something that definitely happened to me.
Juan didn't leave Palantir entirely out of business. He just got another job. But the reason he eventually started speaking out against Palantir came after watching the Israeli invasion of Gaza following the October 7th attacks. Palantir has contracts with the Israeli Defense Forces. The exact nature of the contracts is opaque and intentional, but there is evidence to suggest that Palantir's artificial intelligence tech was used for selecting targets in Gaza. CARP doesn't mind the controversy. In fact, it's part of the marketing.
We are very comfortable being unpopular.
Palantir works with health insurance companies to build AI for denials management to protect revenue.
Do you want Palantir's AI making decisions about what care is covered for you and your loved ones?
Oh, hold on. Let's pretend it's only one type of AI that's doing that, first of all. This is some leftist organization. And it's only because they're putting this out because Palantir kind of organized itself with Trump. So now they're like, oh, Palantir AI is bad. All these other AIs, they're good. Their denial of service is totally warranted. But if Palantir does it, it's somehow bad.
You got a
which
D+.
is bad on all fronts. But hell, insurance is bad. That's a scam. So let's go beyond. Let's not look at how the scam is being obfuscated with AI
let's take a break from that.
That's what's going on. You know, it's a scam, a type of a scam on top of a scam. Let's keep going.
Legal scholars call it predicate-based
Take a
assertion.
break
So we would
from
look
that.
at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Put simpler, they make software that makes it easier for their customers to collect and analyze data, and then act on that analysis. By 2013, 10 years after their founding, Palantir's client list included the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Marines, the Air Force, Special Operations Command, and more. Palantir already has contracts with the IRS, going through taxpayer data to save auditors time by finding the easiest audits to pursue. That's all of your financial information. And they have multiple contracts with the Department of Health and Human Services. HHS's core responsibility is Medicare and Medicaid. That's control over millions of Americans' health records and their access
You
to
found the
health.
I got high.tv
Increasingly live in a
emoji.
simulated world. We move closer towards governance by algorithm, but more importantly, subject to decisions made by the people
Oh, my
who are
coffee got
influencing
cold.
these AI systems in order to fulfill an agenda for whatever their profit-seeking or control-seeking objectives are.
Let's see what else.
So that's the kill chain. That's how they talk to you. You're a data bit on a dashboard. Here's a post from Demetrius Yiannopoulos. How did Palantir AI prioritize the bombing of the girls' school? Remember the girls' school that got hit with a couple missiles, which killed nearly 200 children in the first 24 hours of the war on Iran? According to the BBC, the Mossad had fed into the AI database the information that all the school children were daughters of IRGC officers and soldiers. Proof that this was true was that Iran never officially confirmed this information, which implied deep infiltration and profiling of the Iranian Defense Forces by Palantir's pre-crime AI surveillance capabilities.
Oh, here we go.
Its instruction was simple: inflict maximum pain from the first hours of unprovoked aggression. Well, I would say killing people's children will definitely do that. Inflict massive pain. But what is this also being used for? And it's in addition to killing people, it's going to create. And when I say we're talking about Palantir, but this is all the AI companies are doing this, and they've all been doing it. And I'm going to go through the history of that. When they try to just say it's only Palantir, it's a whole host of other companies. But Palantir is the one currently in bed with the government, which will probably change as soon as the next government comes in. This is Whitney Webb talking about how basically Palantir is the new Jeffrey Epstein. Here it is.
To bring it back to a question you asked earlier on about, Israel and blackmail. They don't really need blackmail anymore. And I argue at the end of my book that Palantir, Peter Thiel's company, really makes it so that, that's the new Jeffrey Epstein at the end of the day. If they want to blackmail you or know something about you, they just access what Palantir sucked up about you and your search history, your communications, your finances, tweets you've liked in the past, all sorts of things.
Tweets you've liked in the past.
You don't really need Epstein in the surveillance era,
Do you think when they said tweets are private, it was just an inducement to get us all to like what we really want to like so they can hold it against us later?
When did they ever say tweets are private?
If they
What the fuck are these people talking about?
The disturbing thing about Palantir is that
They've
it's
never
really
said
about
tweets are
pre-crime.
private.
They were the pioneers of predictive policing.
The fuck are you talking about?
They were originally,
people are
almost everywhere they
fucking
piloted predictive
stupid.
policing have been low-income minority neighborhoods, where they decide who's going to commit a crime before they commit it. And that's
And then do
essentially what the... we'll see. Administrative detention, maybe, if we go the Israeli path. But Trump actually, in his first term, posited this program to stop mass shootings before they happen. That would basically involve going over American social media posts and identifying if they had early warning signs of neuropsychiatric illness based on their, tweets or Facebook posts. And if they were determined by the algorithm to show those warning signs, they could be, placed under house arrest or go to sessions with a court-ordered psychologist and all sorts of things.
Oh, and how many times does the FBI, we can kill it right there. How many times does the FBI ignore those warning signs? There were warning signs. People were warning. Oh, but no, we got this AI that's going to do it. But the AI doesn't really do it. Has it stopped one mass shooting that we know of? No, we don't know that. But here's some older articles. Let's just go back to see. It ain't just Palantir. Google and the CIA plow millions into huge recorded future monitoring project. This is in 2010. The Steve Watson article. Google Ventures, the investment arm of Google, has injected a sum of $10 million and has InQtel, which handles the investments for the CIA and a wider intelligence network, into a company called Recorded Future, which it describes its analytics as the ultimate tool for open source intelligence. It scours tens of thousands of websites, blogs, Twitter accounts to find the relationships between people, organizations, actions, and incidents, both present and still to come. In the white paper, the company says its temporal analytic engine goes beyond search by looking into the invisible links between documents that talk about the same or related entities and events. The idea is to figure out each incident, who was involved, where it happened, and where it might go down. The Recorded Future then plots the chatter showing momentum for any given event. So that was, 2010. Here we go to 2011, the database, Why Criminal Governments Spy on Citizens. And this is a long article, and you can find these. There's an archives InfoWars site. I believe it's archives.infowars.com. So you can go there and just search old articles. Basically everything before we remade the new website, I believe 2020 or 2021, when we switched over. At the very foundation, perhaps, of every modern-day conflict between the expansive powers of unchecked bureaucracy and the dwindling freedoms of ordinary citizen dwells in the vital issue of privacy. Often social engineers attempt to debate over the issue of privacy towards rationalization of relative moral and artificially delineated priorities. We quibble over the level of government intrusion that should be tolerated for the sake of the greater good, and we struggle to question why it should be happening in the first place. Spying on U.S. citizens by a host of alphabet agencies has been going on for decades. But the actual cataloging of the public by the government became most direct during World War II, which saw the Census Bureau used as a tool for collecting names and residences of Japanese Americans, as well as highly illegal and unconstitutional internment of those innocents and their families. You might remember that. Now, you probably don't remember it, but it happened. And then in 1978, the Foreign Intelligence Information Act, FISA, was signed by Jimmy Carter. And it claimed the purpose of this act was to confront the extensive abuses of power initiated by the Nixon administration and to ensure intelligence agencies were never used again as tools for suppressing political opposition or activist groups. But it could go after a president. In 2002, the Bush administration established the Information Awareness Office, IAO, under the supervision of DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, which they called Total Information Awareness. That was a government project. Stemming from the usurping the authority of the Patriot Act, this project's purpose was to monitor vast swaths of domestic communication, as well as collect massive database of personal information on every U.S. citizen, including phone calls, emails, social networking records, medical records, financial records, without search warrant authorization. And then we got the Obama administration launched a website called Attack Watch. Its purpose to monitor, catalog all the internet-based opponents of the Obama presidency. I bet we were on there. Obama supporters can report attacks on the White House using the website by sending an email or Twitter. And most recently, the Federal Reserve, now this is back in 2011, launched a new strategy called Social Listening Platform, which is designed to compile and monitor lists of Fed opponents and critics in a vast database. Oh, anyone who bought in the Fed by Ron Paul, possibly, would be in there. While at the same time watching billions of web conversations and blogs for negative influence against the central bank. And why do they do all this? Well, he lists the reasons. These are their arguments, the big brother culture arguments. If you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear from government surveillance. It's funny, that only works one way. You know, the government has nothing to hide, right? But they hide everything by being classified, or we're going to make the report safe for the victims, which they use rampantly. Surveillance makes our country safer. Has it stopped any mass shootings? Has it done anything that it was supposed to do? No. The authorities already know everything about us anyway, so a little more surveillance won't matter. Our government is elected by the people, so if you don't like surveillance, vote them out. If you can control the voting machines, you could do that. All individuals should make sacrifices for the greater goods. It's a very long article. Brandon Smith's a great writer. He's been around for years. I think I knew him. He probably has gray hair now. I knew him before he had gray hair. Here's a Kurt Nimmo article. The government keeps a list of 8 million names considered threats. Michael Schneider has provided details on Maine Corps, a list of 8 million or so names compiled by the CIA and U.S. intelligence. These individuals on Maine Corps will be rounded up after the Constitution is suspended and martial law is imposed. Maine Corps is the code name of a database maintained by since the 1980s by the federal government of the United States. It consists of personal and financial data of millions of U.S. citizens believed to be threats to national security. It comes from the NSA, FBI, CIA, and other sources, and is collected and stored without warrants or court orders. The database name derives from the fact that it contains copies of the Maine Corps or essence of each item and intelligence information produced by the FBI and other intelligence agencies. So there you go. The government's been doing this for a long time. Now they're outsourcing this final component to Palantir and other AI systems. So with that, and to proof of that, the outsourcing, I got this 5-minute video of this YouTuber talking about these security cameras. I don't have the number in front of me, guys, but go to that video.
A few weeks ago, using a commercial search engine, I very easily found the administration interfaces for dozens of flock safety cameras. I shared this information with 404 Media, and with John Gaines' help, that number quickly grew to nearly 70. None of the data or video footage was encrypted. There was no username or password required. These were all completely public-facing for the world to see, and some of them still are. You don't have to be an expert to find and gain access to this. You don't even have to type anything in to see every single person, vehicle, and activity that took place in these locations in the last 31 days. Whether you wanted to watch this footage live in real time or look at footage from a month ago, you could just point and click your way to it like you were watching Netflix. You could even open up the live streams in VLC or cast it to a television. Making any modification to the cameras is illegal, so I didn't do this, but I had the ability to delete any of the video footage or evidence by simply pressing a button. I could see the paths where all of the evidence files were located on the file system, and I could see their hashes and signatures. Some of the devices we saw were the familiar-looking Falcon cameras that you see all over the country, but the majority of these were Flock's new Condor cameras, which are designed to detect and track people. They're PTZ cameras, meaning pan, tilt, zoom, and they quite literally use AI to zoom in and follow you around whether you're a person of interest or not. In just the time that it took to count and verify these vulnerabilities, I saw a family in North Carolina load their infant and a bunch of merchandise in a Lowe's parking lot. And I suppose one could cross-reference their license plate with the Park Mobile data breach and find out exactly where the garage is that will store these new fancy tools. I watched a man leave his house in the morning in New York. I watched a woman jogging alone on a forest trail in Georgia. This trail had multiple cameras, and I could watch a man rollerblade and then take a break to watch rollerblading videos on his phone. How? Because the camera's AI automatically zoomed in on it. Just like it zoomed in on a couple arguing at a street market in Atlanta. So what? They're still anonymous, right? No, they're not. Within 2 minutes of open source intelligence using a commercial facial recognition engine, I found out that one of them just finished medical school and the other is dealing with chronic irritable bowel syndrome. The couple also just had a baby last year and they have a pretty concerning debt-to-income ratio. I also know that they drove over 45 minutes from their address in the suburbs to attend church in Atlanta that morning, and then they checked out this market and bought a sweater. I watched a law enforcement officer and ambulance escort a man having a mental health crisis in Iowa. I know this because the Cedar Rapids Police Department maintains a public database of every single emergency call in the city, as well as daily arrest reports with individuals' names, addresses, ages, and genders. Listen, I know that I'm being creepy right now. Just saying these words out loud nauseates me. But I'm trying to show you just a fraction of the information that anyone in the world with access to a commercial search engine has had regarding anyone who attended this market or walked on this trail in the last 31 days. And it gets worse. Here's an exposed flock safety camera permanently pointed at a playground near the Bay Area in California, openly and publicly broadcasting both live and archived video footage of young children playing unattended. Again, just saying this stuff out loud feels so incredibly wrong. But for me personally, the most impactful moment while validating these vulnerabilities was this. This resonated with me so much that I actually had tears welling up in my eyes. I've done this exact same thing so many times. I've seen a swing set in an empty park, looked around to make sure nobody was watching, and then just enjoyed the mindless motion that connected me to a simpler time. But this isn't something that most grown men want to be seen doing. The experience requires one to have a moment that is devoid of judgment. It's healthy escapism at its finest. And I realized that it's likely that this man didn't know that he was being recorded, and he probably wouldn't have done this if he had. This is a classic example of the Hawthorne effect, which is a change in an individual's behavior or choices when they know that they're being observed. Surveillance manufacturers love to talk about this effect when it deters crime. After all, someone isn't as likely to break into a car that's parked near a camera. But what they don't talk about is how it deters escapism. People are less likely to sing or dance or practice an accent or a cartwheel when they know that they're being watched. But escapism is often required for a lot of things. For example, when you learn an instrument or practice a skill for the first time, or even practicing line delivery for a YouTube video. The footage of the man swinging was
this, we can kill it right now. The point of this video is everybody's watching everything and everybody's got everything on you. And, you know, if you're a pedophile, you're probably okay. Probably not going to be messed with unless you're a low-level pedophile. If you're a high-level pedophile, you're going to be okay. Low-level pedophiles, they got to watch out.
CIA declassified documents last week, Operation Artichoke to poison vaccines.
People do shit all the time and they know they're being watched. That's fucking stupid. People won't do something if they don't think they're being watched. Yeah, they will. Swinging on a swing? Why wouldn't they? I would. I wouldn't care if I was being watched. It's like projecting or something. Spelled rock. The C is silent. Trusted Pro Max. Yeah, buddy, you can share it. I mean, why do you ask? Don't do that shit. So I have to go into Kick and ban the word homie. I think that's what I have to do. Yeah, chat moderation. Custom. Block keywords, spinner phrases, or words that are completely incomprehensible. How about actual certain words? Choice, access. Message moderation. Oh, banned words. Hey, homie. Help you. I can share. Organic followers. Add me on Discord. I'm adding words to my Discord or my Kick filtering. Help you, add me on Discord. I can share. Organic followers. Hey, homie. Those are banned words on Kick. How do you participate? January, February, March. I'll play PUBG. Oh, enable drops. Oh, you gotta connect with some service. Oh, you can connect with all these. Oh, shit. I don't even know my Epic or Steam login or Xbox. What's this? Is that like Russian Twitter or something? VK.com. I think I do have an account on that. But I'm not logging in. Let's see what else. Don't see anything else.
Not happen, or things like this wouldn't happen. And I think the thing Trump forgets is that we're all mad because we voted for him because we want a say in things like this, and that's exactly what they're taking away. We're not declaring war through Congress. You just trust me, guys. We're going and doing this, and now you drag the whole world into it, and it doesn't look good for anyone on the bottom of the economic
And what did
scale.
they tell us? Short-term pain for long-term gain. That's what they told us, even after they started this war.
The clips you just played over the last 20 minutes were a great setup to this, because what I'm telling people, what I believe, is that this Palantir, and it's not just Palantir, it's AI, is now learning how to kill. They're using these wars, Ukraine, the stuff they're doing in Gaza, now Iran.
Right. How to target people. And they're going to target you not with giant missiles. They're going to target you with little drones with an explosive, which they already have, that'll run up to your head, go boop, and knock you out.
Yep. And what do they need? They just needed trains to know how to do that. And then we get Terminator, and that's why I would expect we can see them trying to make a big push to take our guns. It's kind of what I think.
They're not going to need to take our guns with this. You're just going to have to deploy 10,000 drones into a city and just have them go out and eliminate people. And that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, that would, this is,
I mean, they're going to get people on both sides too. Whatever side you are on the trans argument, you're going to get hit. It doesn't matter. It just depends on.
Yeah,
we're all in the same box.
Yeah, there's no right and left. There's no two sides of this dying albatross around our necks. There is only the American people who run this, country, but business, and we don't want things like this going on anymore. I'm for, a party that would be behind, term limits, no insider trading, getting laws passed where judges or prosecutors, if they're letting people who are multiple time criminals go, them being legally responsible for the damages that come after their, legal dealings. just get one more thing into, I think this is why Kirk's dead. I think this is why the last administration spent all of our oil, why the last administration let all these people in, is this doesn't end in Iran, and he's not going to end this in just a few days. I called Alex back in 2022, February 2022, when he was asking about who should the president be in 2024. I told him I really like Kennedy. I don't trust Trump. I voted for him 3 times, but I saw the fool that walked us into COVID, and that's what I said that day on the show.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think I have the same point I had then. We need to come together as a people and choose the person that can lead us.
Crashes upon us.
Because it's a very difficult job, and we need to not get to the election and let them hand us 2 choices and say, which one would you like?
Well, I don't even know if a person could do this job anymore. I think the government's too big. I think if Trump was going to do anything really meaningful with these deep state arrests, it would have happened already, or at least the start of it would. And I think they just basically came and said, sir, you don't understand what you're dealing with. We know everything about everybody, and we're creating an AI power grid to usher in the New World Order. I think, and whether he, do you want to die and he wants to kill your family, or do you just want to get on board and be part of it? I don't know. I don't know if that's what happened, but it's pretty freaking ridiculous at this point that we did vote for no new wars, and we're smack dab in the middle of a new one. Thanks for the call, Adam. Appreciate your support all the years. Let's go down to Dave in Pennsylvania. Wants to talk about anything. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Rob, how are you?
I'm good.
I called you a couple weeks ago. I'm out in Greensburg. I didn't know you were a skier, and you were out in Squaw Valley.
Yeah. I'm a snowboarder. Don't insult me, bro.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm a skier. Did you used to go to Seven Springs? My friends used to own that.
That's where I learned, actually. I learned how to ski on ice there. I started skiing.
Yeah, they brought Phil and Steve Mayer there to ski with us. I raced WPRC, and they brought them there because if you could ski there, you could ski on anything because it's a sheet of boilerplate after
I agree. And I can ski. And people are always bitching about the conditions. I'm like, hey, at least it's not ice. It's not Seven Springs ice because they love their ice there.
And my wife just took my kid out to Squaw Valley, and he was calling it Palisades. I'm like, I don't know where that is.
Yeah.
He's like, my wife said, I just
say
Squaw Valley. But yeah, they're still hitting us with chemtrails. That's another thing with Trump. Why is he not putting an end to any of that?
We saw it. It's funny. We saw it stop during the first government shutdown. The second one, it seems to be still going. Doesn't seem to be stopping.
Yeah, it's accelerating. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I voted for him 3 times. And there's no way we're going to, because the mountains there, they actually have skiing in Iran.
Yeah.
And those mountains get up to 18,000 feet.
And not a lot of oxygen up there. You get up to 11,000, you start feeling funny.
Anymore, when I was a kid, it never bothered me, but anymore, the last time I was in Breckenridge, 10,000 seems to be about my threshold at 59.
Yeah.
But yeah, so sometime, God, I remember when you in the beginning at InfoWars, you were on a lot of the shows, you would come around and on the show while Alex was broadcasting. And, sometime we'll have to go skiing together.
Definitely. Dave, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. I feel the same way. I'm bummed about where the Trump presidency is going. One bright spot, though, was releasing all the J6ers. I mean, I think you can't, and he did that on day 1. So, to me, that was worth my vote. I want to see more. I'm greedy. I would definitely want more. I expect more. And so... but I think a lot of the economic things, we're not going to even see the results of those for a couple years.
That's not going
to The long-term economic stuff. All right, let's go to B864. I believe this is a droid calling about the Strait of Hormuz in Iran.
Hey, how you doing, Rob? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Actually, it's BB-64, like the battleship USS Wisconsin.
Got it. Okay. The second B looks like an 8 from here, but I have also terrible vision. So Battleship 64. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking that they're sitting in as museum pieces, and they got pretty good bones of that old battleship. They have like 16-inch armor, steel armor, and 16-inch guns.
I went on one time. It was an aircraft carrier. It had a wooden deck. I couldn't believe it. I think a wooden deck? Yeah, wooden deck. You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, they'll put wood on top of the steel.
Right.
Because it's good for the seawater. But I thought they would be great in the Strait of Hormuz because there was an incident when the USS Wisconsin fired on a hill in Korea in the Korean War and just totally decimated with those guns. Plus, there's the beehive shell. Have you ever heard of those?
No.
They're like these,
all
shells,
kinds of cool shit.
artillery shells with a 16-inch gun that Japan was using. And they really weren't implemented by the U.S. military besides Vietnam on a smaller form. But they make like 200-meter conical explosion of fragmentation.
Little bitty pieces of metal. Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought that would be great for the drones and the missiles, and especially when they're in wave form and they're very cheap shells in comparison to the interceptors.
Oh, yeah, big time.
We have this stuff just sitting there. I figured just might as well use it. The drones that Iran is launching, like the Shahed 136. Do you know the payload amount of that drone?
Is it 5 pounds or something? I don't know.
It's very small. It's only like 100 pounds.
Okay, 100 pounds.
So to equate that to like one B-52 run, you need to launch like 600 some drones successfully.
Yeah.
So, but still, these drones are going to be an issue, and I'm concerned about false flags with them. We saw in Ukraine and Russia war how they had that trailer RV and shipping containers deploy a bunch of drones that were weaponized. So I think drone warfare is going to be something, obviously, is here to stay.
Big time. Drone warfare with facial recognition. That's where it's going to get
really the open Bitcoin culture license. Share freely,
and then they're going to use all these security. People are going to tap into these security camera networks and find out where you're at.
What the fuck is this?
Find out where you're going.
Yeah, I think all that Skynet stuff has already been in place, and that the military has had their own versions since like the 80s and 90s. Like you can kind of see like the old CGI, just kind of reminisce modern day AI.
Or Faucets,
and obviously they keep that stuff to themselves for a long time before they release it to the public, and then watch the other countries scramble with their scientists to develop, and then under surveillance watching them, they build upon their own platforms. But I think with Trump, President Trump in particular, like I looked at him in the eye in the rally, I'm one of the believers that he is doing 5D chess, whatever you want to call it, because it would look like this. You mentioned January 6th, and you saw how that chaos and eventually panned out to order. It takes some time. I called it for.
I don't know. You think it panned out to order? I mean, they're still using that. The left still uses that as a big bone of contention. Like they love using that as a little wedge issue. Not that Americans were imprisoned falsely under fake declarations of insurrection. Or fake charges of insurrection.
Then he was able to then, after that, because of that, the Democrats going after the insurrectionists, he was able to do all this stuff with ICE, and they couldn't say bupkis because they already kind of militarized the feds to go after citizens.
Oh, sure, yeah. But is that a good thing? Is that a good thing that we have government organizations? I can see going out and getting illegal aliens, and that's what they're doing. But then, the left is going to use that. Instead of going after illegal aliens, they're going to oh, no, we have to go after citizens who say things on Twitter that are anti-Semitic.
Yeah. And, it's up to the people, obviously, to steer it. So it's our AI under our control and,
well, we hope it's under our control. Yeah, you never know. Hey, BB64, I'm going to let you go because I got a bunch of more callers. I'm going to try to get to at least 4 more of these, and I got 9 minutes left. But thanks for your call. I appreciate your perspective. And, who knows? We're not going to know till the end of this whether the president really has things under control or not, or if he's being led around the nose. Let's go to Trix in Connecticut. It says generals are being relieved overseas. What do you mean by that, Trix?
Hey, boss. How you been?
I'm good.
Hey, man. Yeah. Looking at how the current administration is actually working, they look at Joe Kent, right? And when you have your highest-ranking person in counterintelligence resigning, the question that hasn't been asked is that how many generals have been relieved prior to the initiation of the strike with Iran that actually has now obviously taken place. Why is nobody asking who is relieved?
Well, because probably people don't know who those people are. Because the military doesn't go around and do media blitzes. The higher generals, you'll see them, but the people underneath them who are actually carrying out these orders, you're never going to see those guys. You don't even know who they are.
Well, with the last administration, obviously under Biden, which generals were pulled out that had Iraq experience versus Iran experience, and obviously with the questions from the Congress last week, especially against Capitol, was, well, why was your counterintelligence people pulled?
Which one's better?
This goes internationally as to why Joe Kent would actually resign.
Liking it either way.
So my suggestion would be was if you guys have time at all is to actually interview
only two versions.
Mr. Kent and actually ask that question. What was the basis of your reasoning of leaving? And was it based on the generals leaving with the prior administration, and or did the current administration remove individuals that had Iraq experience versus Iran?
That's not a bad one.
Now, why would that make a difference to you? Why does that make a difference to you, whether it's Iraq or Iran?
I was actually deployed in the area of Mr. Kent in 0607. So at that point in time, when it had become the issue with Syria and the Iranian border, the same issue came up with the dollar and oil. It was if they had shut down the Strait of Hormuz, could we possibly move over into Iran? And obviously you've heard the same letterhead as everybody else has with General Wesley Clark. If that was the key, then someone in that area had the opportunity to move in through northern Iraq, not southern. So, which means that they had the base of opportunity. I think what Mr. Kent resigned over was the fact that they never wanted to actually fully move into Iran because they saw that there was no pathway here. And what we're seeing here now, it was a blockade originally between Syria and Iran when everybody was up in northern Iraq, and it was a failsafe. It's kaput. You can't do it.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a mountainous country. I mean, we had Matt Bracken showing some of the pictures today of the southern area of Iran because you got a 20-meter beach and then you go straight up a cliff. You're not assaulting that. You got to get beyond that, and we got to get. And you start going in these mountain passes, you're getting picked off one by one. They've got subway tunnels where they've trucked missiles around. It's not foxholes in Vietnam or a little hand dug tunnel system in Vietnam. These are big operations because these people, they know their best offense is a good defense. So.
That's correct, because especially over the past, I'd say like 3 or 4 months, not even over the past week, Matt had stipulated, hey, if we're going to have issues here in the home stage, what were the actual issues that we had to confront regarding sleeper cells? And I said, well, everybody wants to throw around the term sleeper cells, but understand that this has been years in the making. And a lot of individuals are going back to 2020 and understanding how we shut down all the shipping lanes. If you remember during COVID.
Oh, yeah. You can see the ships out. The ships wouldn't come into dock. They were all sitting out in the middle of the ocean.
Absolutely. So if the benefit of the doubt is going to go on the president, the question is why now is that parts of his staff that were there to actually make the ideological view and assessment, why are they leaving now versus if they knew they were already here? This does not make any sense at all, because it sounds like they know they're here, like full-fledged.
Yeah. Well,
So what are they doing to shut it down?
I don't think it's going to de-escalate anytime soon.
Inputs.io.
But we'll see. Maybe Trump really is talking with the Iranians. He seems to think he is. Thanks for the call, Trix. Let's go to Mike in Georgia. Veterans undermining the commander-in-chief. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, you got so much going on in the show. It's amazing. For as far as these GWAT veterans that are out there, really undermining is a good word. Commander-in-chief, you simply can't do that. When they were operating in overseas, they wouldn't want people doing that. So if you got somebody out there saying that Donald Trump is a stooge and got led by the nose into a war with Iran, and you voted for Donald Trump, then you were actually the stooge because you got fooled by Donald Trump.
I'll publish a bunch of
as far as your comment about AI
front-facing
and maybe
faucets.
Donald Trump being threatened, I don't think he was threatened. I think he was read into
my
the
list
program.
here.
The program, whether or not who's in charge, it doesn't matter. Here's the program. Is that the program
Well,
you're talking about?
Exactly. This is this technology. The war right now we're seeing between, if you want to call it the right and left, it's a kind of a simplistic way of looking at it, is for the control of this technology.
Yeah.
If you're the president of the United States, you're going to have control
Spirit
of this
2011
technology.
still
So I
dripping
think
somewhere.
what, just based on my
Point to another
experience,
point.
is that they've resigned themselves to the fact that the American people have not turned away from voting, and they're demanding a fair vote. They're demanding a choice.
Point
So they're
is
like,
that
okay,
you could
we need to control this
them
some
at
way.
all.
So we want to have control. We're going to read this guy into the technology. This is what
The
we're fighting
network will
for. Now,
honor
have you
them.
heard of
That no one could stop
the
the
Red-Green
transfer.
Alliance, the Muslims and the Communists?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that you have.
The faucet was just the cleanest possible demonstration of that. Wow, we needs some work. For sure. Speaking of faucets, yoink. Let's get rid of this. Let's do this. Yoink. Click on the things that live or work in the same place as the example. Coral reef. Get some name coins. Over here, get some Bitcoin. Over here, get some. Over here, get some premium. Buy 12. That's right. Free BTC. That's right. Go on a stream, my man. I'm going to see you then. That's right. I forgot I had the channel Dennis the Menace. All the real ones coming to this stream. All the real ones come to this stream. It's playing Fallout 4. Shit. I was going to stream on Rumble, but then I got I was going to stream on Rumble, but then I got How do you turn a rent off? Oh, shit. Spamming his chat with nonsense. Alien containment in progress. Please stand by. He's live.
There's something in here. Oh, look at that. What are we cooking? We got jet, whiskey. Uh-oh. That's my guy. That's alright. Oh, there's the dog. We can put him and cook him up. There you go. Mongrel meat. We can cook that. Oh, that's Diamond City, so that's alright. Mongrel. All they got is this mongrel meat right here. There you go. Oh, duct tape and paintbrush. Just what I always wanted. Can I make a smoothie out of that? Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Was that sus? That was a little sus, huh? I'll try some mongrel meat. Okay, where the heck was I going? I don't even remember. I got people attacking me and stuff. I'm like, what's your deal? Oh, look at this. Oh, I'm back here. Wait. Oh, I already was here. Compensated, calibrated. Not good enough. Wait.
Where's my...
Wait. There's something. Oh, who's this guy? Right here.
Here.
Right here. Ah, there we go. I need that for the robot. No, they took out the robot. He's a Protectron. Protectron. Oh, you know what? That just reminds me. Did I go down that one railroad? I don't even remember where that was. What's this? Okay. Plasma cartridge.
I need
Thank
to
you.
find my phone.
I don't think I have a plasma gun I use right now. I feel like there's gonna be a nuke grenade on me or something, like a fat man. And when you go in these areas, you gotta watch out. Metal bucket. Oh, police precinct. How dare you? Freeze! Sucker! Oh, that was like a special. Did you see that? Sucks to be you. Oh, VATS enhanced Raider chest speed. 10% reduction in action points and VATS. Hey, that's not bad. Not bad at all. That might be an upgrade. I'm not sure. Wow. Sometimes you get the good drops. I already got a lot of good drops. Let's see. So if I look at my apparel, I am using Ghoul Slayers. So that's reduces damage from ghouls by 15%, right? Value 300. We just got this. 10% reduction next one. Oh, I used to use that. That's the old one. That's not as good. Yeah. I used that for a long time. Oh, what's this? Hold on. I'm gonna go in here. Let's see. $44 rounds. Play. What's this?
Rodrigo Palomar.
Buff out.
Okay, my friends. I thought about it, and I've reached a decision on the Fallon's job. Your cut is exactly what you deserve. $0. Zilch. You heard me right. You get nothing. Yes, you cracked the safe, and yes, we got the diamonds. But you also tripped the alarm. Mackie got pinched. That's entirely your fault. Now, when he gets out, Mackie's gonna want your head on the platter. I'm gonna give him your share instead. I see you're getting off easy. Eddie Winter, signing off.
Okay. What's there? What's in the evidence cabinet? Holotape 4. Yeah, that's what I got. I think. Evidence cabinet. Well, that's a different one, I think. Yeah, so let's check that. Where is the evidence cabinet? Because it wasn't just in a jail cell, I don't think. Right? Evidence locker. No, there's no evidence locker. It wasn't just, the evidence locker isn't a bench, so I did get the tape, unless he stole it and put it there in his jail cell. I would say, let's look it up. Data. Meet Travis dugout in after 6. Oh yeah. Gain access. No, it's not on the list, so I must have got it. Coffee tin. Oh, here we go. Ah. That's like an invisible wall. Okay. Okay. Codsworth, back off. Oh, what's this?
Yes.
Wow. That was a good find. Oh, wow. I haven't been up there, I don't think. Okay, let's go back down here. Can I get up there? Nope. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on. What is going on? No, I'm stuck. There you go, I gotta go like that. Okay, can I go up here? Oh, wow. I wonder if I can fall in that. It's probably certain death, right? Right there? Yeah, that's just a fence, it's not, okay. Can't make that jump. Guess we have to go back. Oh boy. Not going that way. What's this? Oh. It's an ottoman. Let me back up. Alright. I knew it. Ottoman, I'm like, is that some strange invention? Yeah, that's what you put your feet up on. That's brand new. Yeah, who would have thought of that? Is he sleeping? I think he's sleeping. There you go. Now he's sleeping with the fishes. Oh, there's another one. Uh-oh. You raider scum. Oh, wow. This one's loaded. What the heck am I hearing? There's something. Is that you, Codsworth? Maybe. Oh, wait. Oh! Check it out. See if I can get something off of this. Caravan. They just give you the high. They got all this stuff on it. Like, I could make bank off of that. Sorry to interrupt your conversation there. That's hilarious. Oh, there's someone here. Is she upstairs? She's back there. There's nowhere to go up. That door is blocked, so let's go this way. Oh, there she is. There, or someone. Oh. Wow. That guy's trying. Oh, that's a good guy. Don't get him. Don't shoot at him. He's a good guy.
Can't open it from this end.
Ah. How dare you? Yeah, this is my ally. I don't wanna accidentally trigger him. He's pretty tough. Not that I can't take him, but he's a possible companion, but this is our guy, right? He's reacting to her, the raider. Where is she? There you are. Oh, yeah! Yeah, just getting warmed up. Yeah. Who's gonna argue with him? Nobody. Nobody. I think someone has a Batman up here. then you get attacked by some. Oh, Faucets comics. Let's go in there. No, blow me up, bro. Oh, where's the fat man? Oh, right here. I mean the comics. 63 IQ. I'll try some mongrel meat. Wow. Disintegrated, buddy. Oh, there's another one. Here's the brave Brit. Spatula. Never know when you're gonna flip pancakes or eggs. Never know. Bowling pin, bowling ball. Someone's still here? Are they just gonna drop in? I hear 'em. Kickball. Oh, right here. Scavenger's note. Believe I signed on for this. Who wants this crap? Collectors? The boss says. So who's the fool here, them or us? I do not know. Us for sure. Adam's face. I know who's talking. Oh, right here. Nah, it's burnt, damn it. That could have been a bonus. Burnt, burnt, burnt.
Yo, what up, Koopa Luck? We're rocking out to your stream.
Right here, Unstoppables. You've collected an issue of Unstoppables. Permanently gain plus 1% chance of avoiding all damage from an attack. Nice. I got the storeroom key. 308 pre-work. Nice, storeroom key. So we got that, plus we have this right here.
Yo, what up?
Let's see, which would it be? We need the L-Hackinator for this one. Enforce certain walkway running insists crossed windings decried warlike ceiling defense current. What do you think? I'm gonna say
I don't know how to do that. It wants to take control of your microphone and stuff. You want to try it? Try it.
nope. Let's try again. Dungeon changed, popular, theater, lasted, involved, thirsty, unusual, thought, outrage, pattern,
Are you still visiting Faucets?
nope. Okay.
There's a certain kind of Bitcoin old-timer you can identify not by their wallet balance or their block height, but by the reflex. A muscle memory so deep it predates smartphones, predates altcoins, predates the word crypto being used by anyone who wasn't a cypherpunk. Ask them about their first Bitcoin, watch their eyes go somewhere else for a moment. The faucet. 5, 10, 50 free Satoshis. Dripping into an address. Yeah. Let me turn.
Maybe this one.
Okay, here we go. 5, 10, 50 free Satoshis dripping into an address you could barely explain to yourself. It felt like magic and it felt like nothing at all simultaneously. The question, are you still visiting Faucets? Carries more weight than it seems. It's less a question about your current habits and more an excavation of identity, it asks. Do you remember who you were before the price tickers, before the hedge funds, before the ETF approval headlines, and the institutional adoption language that would have sounded alien on early forums? Do you remember when getting some Bitcoin meant refreshing a web page and solving a CAPTCHA for a fraction of a cent? This is that story. Part 1. The first drops. What a faucet actually was. The Bitcoin faucet was invented by Gavin Andresen in 2010. The same year the first real-world commercial transaction happened. The famous 10,000 BTC pizzas. Andresen's motivation was almost absurdly pure. Bitcoin had no distribution mechanism. You either mined it, knew someone who mined it, or you didn't have any. And without any, you couldn't learn how it worked, couldn't experiment, couldn't build a network of people who understood it. So he built a web page, you solved a CAPTCHA, you got 5 whole Bitcoins free, just like that. His original faucet dispensed roughly 19,715 Bitcoins before he handed it off to others when it became too expensive to run personally. Too expensive at a time when those coins were worth, in aggregate, approximately nothing. His Gavin Andresen quote, I want Bitcoin to be successful, so I started this site to give away my personal Bitcoins. I give away 5 Bitcoins every few minutes to random visitors. The concept immediately proliferated. The forums lit up. Dozens of faucets spawned from the original template. Some dispensing whole coins, some fractions, all of them powered by individuals who genuinely believed they were seeding something important. And they were. The faucet was the onboarding ramp for an entire generation of early adopters, many of whom would become miners, developers, exchange operators, and eventually very wealthy people who could barely remember what a faucet looked like. 6 cents price when faucets first proliferated. I remember that. Coin visitor days. Kevin. I remember him talking to him in private chat about one day it's 6 cents, next day it's 30 cents, next day it's $6, next day it's $99. Part 2, the Golden Age, community, culture, and 5 free cents. By 2012 and into 2013, a genuine faucet culture had taken hold. These were not passive websites. They were community hubs. Forum threads, debated faucet rates, argued about CAPTCHA difficulty. Shared lists of active sites. People ran faucets as passion projects, lost leaders in advertising vehicles. If you wanted traffic from the Bitcoin community in 2012, you ran a faucet. Simple as that. The economics were perverse and wonderful. At $5 to $30 per Bitcoin, giving away 200 Satoshis every hour cost the operator almost literally nothing in dollar terms, but it meant something. It was a handshake, a welcome mat. It said, we want you in this ecosystem. Here's a gift. Now go learn what this is. The social layer. What made the Faucet era irreplaceable wasn't the Satoshis. It was the adjacent social infrastructure, the Bitcoin Talk forum threads, the IRC channels, the early subreddits, the dice sites, justdice.com. Hey, shout out justdice.com. And satoshidicecom, where you could take your Faucet earnings and feel the weight of provably fair randomness for the first time. You could watch the blockchain itself verify that no one had cheated you. It was philosophy made executable. The communities that grew around Faucets and early gambling sites were tight. The usernames were consistent across platforms. People tipped each other in threads. There were regulars. There was lore. There were inside jokes that required 3 years of forum history to understand. It was, in the truest sense, a subculture. One with its own ethics, its own heroes and villains, its own oral history passed from old-timer to new arrival. Here's a common sentiment from early Bitcoin Faucet operators. The Faucets weren't about the money. They were about proof of concept, that value could move peer-to-peer instantly without permission to anyone. We were proving it to ourselves one Satoshi at a time. Part 3. Blockchain spam and the dust wars. Oh shit, I remember this. Operation Clam Spam. Yes sir. Coined by Back. Bay Area Coins. He got called out for it too by Doog. Here's the dark side of the Faucet era that often gets sanitized from the nostalgia. Faucets broke Bitcoin, or rather, they revealed the first major structural tension in the protocol. The question of transaction dust. When hundreds of Faucets were dispensing Satoshis to thousands of users multiple times per day, the blockchain filled with microscopic transactions, unspent transaction outputs. It cost more to spend than they were worth. Bet they're regretting making a big deal about that now. The UTXO of 200 Satoshis at $10 a Bitcoin isn't worth the fee to move it, so it's sat permanently, forever cluttering the transaction outputs that every full node had to maintain. So does it, it solved it, right? The Satoshi Dice era. The gambling sites made this catastrophically worse. SatoshiDice.com, launched in April 2012, sent tiny refund transactions to losing bets. Fractions of Satoshis to confirm the bet had been processed. At peak activity, Satoshi Dice was responsible for roughly 50% of all Bitcoin transactions on the network. The mempool groaned. Block space was consumed by gambling outputs and Faucet dust in quantities that legitimate users found alarming. This wasn't malicious. It was product market fit colliding with protocol immaturity. No one had designed a fee market for a world where the asset was worth almost nothing, and the infrastructure was being stress tested by gambling addicts and free coin seekers simultaneously. The result was the first real Bitcoin scalability crisis, years before Lightning was even a white paper. Here's a technical note: the dust threshold. Bitcoin Core eventually implemented a dust threshold, a minimum output value below which transactions would be rejected by nodes as a non-standard. The threshold has evolved over time, but is roughly tied to the cost of spending the output. If the fee to sweep the unspent transaction output exceeds its value, it is dust. Modern wallets may show old Faucet earnings as permanently unspendable. Millions of Satoshis from the golden age of Faucets are effectively frozen in amber on the blockchain. Historically documented, cryptographically secured, and economically inaccessible. The blockchain spam debate, which felt purely technical in 2012, prefigured every scalability argument that followed. Block size wars, SegWit fights, the Bitcoin Cash fork. All of it has roots in the question first exposed by Faucets and Dice sites. Was it a legitimate transaction, and who decides? Part 4. The Off-Chain Revolution. Microwallet, CoinPod, and the Faucet aggregators. The Faucet industry didn't die when on-chain fees rose, it evolved. The response to blockchain spam and rising transaction costs was elegantly pragmatic. Move the accounting off-chain. A new layer of infrastructure emerged in the 2013 to 2016 period. Microwallet and Faucet aggregation platforms that batched user balances internally and only settled to the blockchain when withdrawals crossed a minimum threshold. The most significant of these were without inputs. So they're saying it was Microwallet, CoinPot, Faucet Hub, later Faucet Pay. The off-chain paradox. There is deep irony in the fact that Bitcoin, a system designed to eliminate trusted third parties, spawned a thriving ecosystem of trusted third parties. The Faucet microprocessors were functionally banks. They held your balance, processed your transfers, and controlled your withdrawals. They were trusted precisely because the alternative was too expensive for amounts that small. The Great Faucet Die-Off. 2017 bull run killed most faucets quietly and permanently. The mechanism was straightforward. When Bitcoin crossed 5,000, then 10,000, then 20,000, the economics of giving away Satoshis became impossible for all but the best monetized operators. A faucet that gave away 1,000 Satoshis per claim at $300 per Bitcoin was giving away 0.3 of a cent, sustainable if your ad revenue covered it. At $20,000 per Bitcoin, the same 1,000 Satoshis cost 20 cents to give away. Ad revenue hadn't scaled proportionally. The faucets turned off. What remained after 2017 was a pruned ecosystem. The faucets that survived were either heavily ad-dependent, affiliated with exchanges seeking new user acquisition, running on proof-of-work altcoins with negligible per-unit value, or operating as pure nostalgia projects maintained by old-timers who remembered what it meant to give someone their first coin. Timeline, who's still running them and why? If you're reading this and you are still visiting Faucets, you're part of a tiny, stubborn, admirable minority. The question is what motivates you, and there really are only a few honest answers. Nostalgia and ritual. For the old-timers who were there in 2011 and 2012, visiting a faucet isn't about the money. It's a gesture of community, a way of touching the original spirit of the thing before it became an asset class. There's something almost liturgical about it. Click, solve, receive. The coins don't matter. The act does. Another reason could be genuine micro-income. In parts of the world where 50 cents a day matters, a diversified faucet portfolio, hitting a dozen sites across Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, and various smaller coins can represent real supplementary income. The math only works if your time has a certain value or lack thereof, and your local cost of living is denominated in a currency that makes the conversion favorable. Like Indonesia. Operator legacy in archaeology. Still dripping. A partial registry. Oh, here's the good part. Partial registry of active faucets. The following is a partial and community maintained directory of faucets believed to be active at the time of publication. The operative word is believed. The faucet web is volatile. Operators come and go. Economics shift. Verify before you sink time into any of these. Treat each URL as a starting point, not a guarantee. I'd say treat it more like a museum. This directory skews towards sites with historical continuity and known operator accountability. It does not include obvious scam aggregators or faucets that require wallet connections or seed phrase submission. In fact, run from those. It does include some sites operated by people who were there in the early days and are still there now, which counts for something. So the list isn't populated. He says, dude, I almost bought Bitcoin back then, but everybody said it was evil and has no worth. Yeah, I did buy Bitcoin back then when it was $100, but I got ripped off because I was going to run a Bitcoin faucet. Yeah, the faucet era won't come back. The economics that made it possible. Essentially worthless coins, zero transaction fees, unlimited free time, and a community small enough that giving things away felt like seeding a garden rather than burning money. Those conditions are gone permanently. Gavin Andreessen's 5 Bitcoin handshakes are worth $250,000 a piece now. The garden got very large. But the spirit of the faucet was never really about the money. It was about lowering the barrier and to entry to zero. It's about saying you don't need to understand finance or cryptography or game theory to participate in this. Here, take some. Now you're in. Now go learn. The best argument for faucets. In 2024 and beyond isn't economic, it's philosophical. In a space that has become almost entirely dominated by institutional capital, regulatory capture, and financial product design, the faucet is a weird little monument to what Bitcoin was supposed to be. Accessible, permissionless, and fundamentally free to join. So yes, if you're still visiting Faucets, still clicking that claim button, still routing your fraction of a cent through Faucet Pay and watching the balance tick up or alt click, you're doing something a little ridiculous and a little beautiful. You're keeping a flame lit that most people forgot existed. You're doing archaeology and liturgy at the same time. Spirit of 2011 still dripping somewhere. The coins were never the point. The point was that you could have them at all, that the network would honor them, that no one could stop the transfer. The faucet was just the cleanest possible demonstration of that. Keep climbing, fauceteer. I don't know what this is. Copy. Paste and go. I don't know what it is. And paste. Paste. No results found. Interesting. How about Bean, Bitbean. Volume 7 Bitbean. Wow. That's crazy. Derivative market cap. What? Bow, 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 bow. That was good. Cool article. Add a section about inputs.io and the myfaucet script. So, Bitcoin here on this. Cloud mining. Sites, cloud mining. Home fund changes. False. Really? Bitcoins. €20. Hey ads. Bitcoin. Thing. Yeah, I wrote that article on Quad. Actually, Quad wrote it. What's the new V button doing? It was always there. Twas always there. What I need to do is put some faucet sites on a live server that I've scrounged up. Schman. Still going. 10 active connections to the Digibyte network. It's almost there. 23 days behind. 22 days behind. Like 7 weeks of February. Oh. That's my email. I'm gonna show my emails, yo. What I should do. Go in the kick. See what's going on in the kick. What? Okay. Tell us a bit about you, raoulbtc. Help us answer the upcoming questions to find the right content for you. Oh boy. Let's help us find you more relevant content that won't be shown on your profile. I prefer not to say. I don't identify myself like that. Next. Prefer not to say. Where are you based? Prefer not to say. No, I'll put my actual home base. Is that it? How about how do you filter? Show more gambling. Cleeman's on here. Is he just putting more graders because?
Oh, are you solo? I'm in a duo game. I'm a duo queue with him.
Wait, what?
So I can't. You're solo. I'm duo. I can't lock him. He's like in here under these steps right here.
Why does this feel like a scheme?
Oh, he's full traps there.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a defib dog. I'll do it. Hey.
What are you doing here?
Now, what would you do in response to this situation? Move on, you know, because it's a video game.
So love
The
your favorite
PvP one
streamers.
at that, where you can die sometimes. No?
many
Immediately
clicks.
break TOS by taking it out of game and leaving a rude Steam comment? Oh.
Wow. I can smell the stank from here. Loser. And TY for the free content.
This is a Dota tech.
Suck a fat one.
Dota and CSGO tech, this.
Wow. Absolute loser.
Oh, and then also report him in-game for lying in an extraction game.
Liar. Got me killed. People like that make me hate the fucking game. Kidding, I fucking love this game. He absolutely soloed, solo queued entry to the game. That's what that was. Next one, let's go.
What she thinks happened is that Nessie Q-sniped with his friends so they could duo in a solo game, but that's not what
Yeah.
happened, and I'll let him explain that.
Alright, I'll try
That's
not
kinda
to waste any
boring.
time here. She is accusing me and my teammate of both being solos, queued into the same game, in the same Discord call, to have an advantage over other
Let's go
solo
back.
players. That is not true. Now, this might be just a common thing to happen on OC because we have a smaller player base, but I personally see I'm queued as a duo. Oh, I'm fighting a trio. I'm queued as a solo. Oh, there's duos in this game. It happens, it sucks, it's annoying. Anyway, ironically, I did have to snipe a server to disprove her claim here and record this. Here's a clip
I
of
don't
me
want to get
knocking
kicks.
someone out while an enemy throws a light impact grenade on the body. Not on me, it's hitting the body, and each time the light impact grenade connects, it stops me from knocking them out. Interesting. This clearly shows if I take any splash
Joel.
damage, I get knocked off the res. And
Joel,
what will I take splash damage
196.
from? An enemy. What will I not take splash damage
Let's see
from?
what you're all
And my
about there,
teammate doing the
Joel.
exact same thing. So he's obviously my teammate because his light impact grenades right here are not knocking me off the body.
So anyway, after Nessie sees this Steam comment, he goes and says hi in a Twitch chat.
Hello, GG, but from before. Hi, Nessie. Were you the person, we're looking for processors?
No.
No, you're
Grass,
with the
airdrop.
Stark friend.
Ooh.
Ah, so you're the asshole from before. Right. Now, did you like the comment I left on the profile?
One thing I don't really get is why she's
From
smug
Portugal.
about this comment. Like it's not the most embarrassing thing you can possibly do after losing in a video game.
I mean, Marathon Braves is dog shit. That's all I'm getting from this right now.
Embarrassing thing you can possibly do after losing in a video game. Then anyway, moving on.
So you're the asshole. Are you be quiet now? You want to be quiet now? Or we just, we're
Got some
going
crazy shorts here, buddy.
Everything you did everything you did required you being an asshole.
So now she sees Nessie's partner badge and immediately goes into detective mode.
When was the last time you even streamed, bro?
Channels. You only have one follower?
Let's have a look.
Chow, come on.
It's just I'm chill. Oh, I'm chill. I'm allowed to call you an asshole because what you did was asshole behavior.
We
I
gotta
don't
get
give
your
a fuck
shit
that
out
you've got a
there,
partner
bro.
badge.
What does this even mean? Nessie did not once mention his partner badge, and she's acting like he's come into chat bragging about it or something when he is simply
you
talking
live?
to her.
Hey, you haven't streamed in over 30 days. Okay, you play some interesting games. Trying to log into
Not
with
live.
me. I wonder if you're like being a shitlord over there too.
Chow from Brazil.
I wonder if like, you know.
Yeah, this is like
people are safe being around you.
Oh, here we go.
People are
Maybe she's
safe being around.
Now she's crashing out.
I wonder if like, you know, people are safe being around you. People are safe being around you.
What? Let's go over Nessie's actions so far to see what justifies him being accused of being a threat to people that surround him in real life. Oh, hello, my friend.
That kick drama shit is too much for me. Too much for me. Too much for me. See what else we got, y'all. How do you filter? You all just chatting? Follow my first stream. I like this first stream. Treatment resistance. The Rasta King. The Rasta King. Ganja vibes in the chat room. I got mine. Whoa. What's all this? Northern Lights Auto, Cannabis and Lemon Balm Mint Tea. Ganja Vibes. The Rasta King. Ganja Vibes. The Rasta King. Gotcha vibes, the Rasta King. Yo, Joe. You gotta add me on YouTube, buddy. I already followed you. Look at your notifications, bro. Don't keep asking or I'm gonna unfollow you. Got it? Got it, Joe? I already followed you. Do you understand? No hablo inglés. You follow me, I follow you. I follow 3 of your channels. Follow mine back, okay? It's only fair. You come in here begging for follows. I followed you, and then you ask again. Homie, don't play that. But I let you slide because I'm feeling merciful today. Bless your little heart, Joe. Hey, you know Max Kaiser? Schumann resonance is in singularity. Let's see what this is all about. The wallet that held everything. You have to give it to him for his persistence. Yeah, for sure. Denise Richards opens up about her facelift. Eesh, she looks like the lady from Stephen King movie. You have this faucet for claiming coins. I gave it to my boss, the owner of the YouTube channel, so he could make a video about this very faucet that you featured on your cover. Freebitco.in, yeah. The one that's going out of business? What about it? Let's put the link in the chat. I want to watch the video. I'll watch it on my stream. Schumann resonance singularity. Something big is about to happen. Here's what's actually going on. With some context, you'll appreciate giving your background in signal analysis and skepticism. What's actually happening right now? There's been a 30-hour or so monitoring blackout of the Tomsk station as of March 22, triggered after a series of geomagnetic storms. First began around March 20 with KP activity rising and falling over several days. Copy. Put this in here. Schumann residence today, Power 42. Joe, put the link in the chat for the YouTube channel, and I will follow it. Okay? Sound. Oh, this is like the Healy device. Sound healing. Heal flux. Heal flux plasma zapper. Oh, I want one of those. $400. The Heal flux frequency device is actually pretty cheap compared to the Healy. You know about the Healy, right? Timu stuff for Christie's prices, yeah. There's a whole pseudoscience about this stuff. Plasma water energizer. Makovsky MWO energy disc with the Jewish star on it. It's like a Kabbalistic. Oh. It's got like traces. It's like a circuit board. It's a PCB with traces on it. Huh. The Heal Flux Plasma Zapper. I totally want one of those. That looks so cool. Warning, do not expose the plasma to your skin for too long. Stop immediately if you feel painful burning sensation. Do not let the plasma touch other electrical devices. Do not use if you have a pacemaker, and keep away from your chest and head. Keep away from children and pets. The plasma zapper. It's got a giant capacitor in it. Oh shit. Look at the size of that fucking capacitor, dude. It's got like tape wrapped around it for the handle. Holy shit. A giant fucking coil ring right there. It's so cheap, dude. So fucking cheap. It's got tape holding it together at the handle because it's so flimsy, probably. Oh my god. The Heal Flux. So cheap. Oh my god. Oh, gotta keep that grip, yeah. Oh shit. Anyway, that was in this when I asked Claude about Schumann resonance. Actually put your chat dialogue in the thing. Search the web. Schumann resonance readings, March 2026. I've got all these links. Schumann resonance, March 2026 report. Baseline conditions, drivers, and interpretation notes. This is a total AI generated website. Schumann resonance. This is AI. I've made enough AI websites to know. This is awesome. I guess this is an example of the dead internet theory. How to read Schumann resonance today. Open live dashboard. It's a good website, though. Don't get me wrong. It's like nice. It's thoroughly put together. Doesn't have any placeholder content. It's all legit. But it's AI generated, nonetheless. Pretty badass. But like a lot of the website builders are AI, so they just use AI to put them together. But they're legit websites, like GoDaddy and shit. That's pretty cool. Let's see this one. Medioagent.com. This one's kind of like a like one of those essay websites that Yellow Ray is in. Shit, what's it called? Classic blog. "30-hour blackout." Oh, it's the same one. In honor of Michelle. Schumann Resonance Live. I went to that one. Unique Atlas. Undeveloped. roserambles.org. Schumann Resonance Update. This chick's all into it. Friday the 13th. Schumann Resonance Update. What in the world is on Cynthia's mind? Love, spirituality, free energy, abundance, quantum awareness, science insights. Exploited is moving to Italy? They have a spiritual domains. Yeah. Probably looking through the archives or something. Earthbeat, I think. Oh. I've heard of Earthbeat. 7.83 hertz. Schumann resonance today. The Tomsk Observatory's been out for 30 days. SurviveTheNews.com. Oh, but I am a robot. Here we go. The ionosphere. Space Force. Oh, it's this chick. Alright. Survive the news. Release the Kraken. Rabbit hole. Okay, it's just their blog roll. And their last June, July, August blog post was... Oh, that's just a tag. That's just a category we have. Okay, I got you. Their last rabbit hole was 3 years ago. Black swan for the deep state. Don't break the matrix. "48 hours. Trump just told Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or lose every power plant in the country." Wowee. Starting with the biggest, 90 million souls plunged into darkness. How many people are in New York City? Almost 9 million. Oh, okay. 10 times that. Plunged into darkness. NYC blackout of 2000. Biggest. Right, 22 years ago this week, no, the electricity cut off for more than 50 million people in the US and Canada as North America experienced a massive power cut. But it didn't bring New York City to a standstill. People were partying. I remember that. People were partying. Oops. Anyways, I know not everybody was partying. But New York City was... Right, so Black Swan... Power plants are not electrical, they are financial. Every central bank, every oil cartel, every shadow institution that has fed on the blood of the strait for decades. This is the Black Swan. Power plants don't run on oil. They run on coal and nuclear. Cars and trucks run on oil. The new architecture was built in silence while the old world burned. Every war, every crisis, every headline, a controlled demolition of a system that was never meant to serve you. When the lights go out in Tehran, the screens go dark in Davos, in Brussels, in every boardroom where the architects of the old world thought they were untouchable. 48-hour warning to a bloodline. They Something just ended. You can feel it. I guess it's the video. It all feels wrong. What's not happening? The most reasonable drivers remain the familiar ones. Background lightning activity, ionosphere variability, and changing geomagnetic context. These factors can make charts look more energetic without supporting the exaggerated claim that Earth's natural frequency has suddenly surged to a new regime. You already look at this one? Yes. The cool AI website builder looking thing. The pattern you're seeing is a pattern Kupalak is seeing. There's something big is about to happen there that gets recycled constantly around Schumann data or Schumann data. It's essentially become a meme ecosystem. You've seen enough early Bitcoin cycles and boom-bust narratives to recognize the pattern. Anomalous signal, speculative overlay, community amplification, nothing happens, repeat. The Schumann resonance discourse runs on the same mechanics as a low-quality altcoin pump. The geomagnetic activity from the past few days is real and worth being aware of. It can affect HF radio GPS precision and satellite operations. Planetary awakening singularity framing as noise. But I'm going to stick with something big is happening. It might really be a shift in the entire power infrastructure. Yeah, it's not reliable. No. I feel it. I feel it. I can feel it. Can you feel it? Alex Jones, can you feel it? How about band? I know there's a channel in here that shows all the... It's got all the Alex Jones kind of remixes. Somewhere in here. There's a lot of channels in here. A lot of channels. Laura Loomer Unleashed. Huh. That's funny, Laura Loomer still has a channel on here. Let's see, has she been uploading? 2 2 years ago. Another in 2 years. That's funny. August of watching. This is Tucker Carlson. 2 years ago. Stones up. There used to be a channel on here. Dang, Bryson Gray hasn't been on here in 3 years? Holy shit. Reawaken America tour. A year ago. Damn. Larry Pinkman. 5 years ago. Damn. All these people. Michael Cargill. He's been on here in 3 years. David Icke. I want to see, can you feel it? Yeah, there just used to be a channel in here that was all Bob Doyle did it 81, 4 years ago. Wow. Crazy shit. Alright, close that. Let's hit up some faucets. Get me some name coin, Joe. Select all the animals that are taller than the one in the example. Okay. taller than a cat is a hippopotamus. Oops. Physical features matching a horse, of course. And coin. Reroll. Alright. We did it. Let's see here. My website assets. Let's see, 3/3/26. I think this one's the best one, maybe? Yes. How about just do a little something like this? Like this. Boom. A little something like that. Then a little something like boom. Then I can go like that. And then I can go like that. Oh, it crashed. Fried chicken. Whoa. Oh, buddy. Never gonna make it to round two like this. We got one guy left. Oh, all right. That's all I got. If you want to be cool like YOLO Ray, you gotta go to justdice.com. Type you're all day. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you. Don't be shy. You can put links in here, buddy. I don't know why your chat's not coming through. That's really strange. Really strange. Really strange. Really strange. Burgermeister. Translation for mayor. He calls himself Pure Gay Meister. Darastaki. What's going on in the kick? To rub or not to rub? I don't know about that. A lot of one watchers. Bible study. Looks maxing day. Where's the dude that was... We don't want just all the one watchers. Really? Your first stream? Sleep stream, my first stream. A lot of 2 watching. Ganja Vibes is 65. The Rasta King. No.
Can you believe it's been 50 whole days and I only ate fast food once? That's crazy, chat. 10 more days to go. 10 more days until the challenge is complete. Nanu. Nanu. What's good, Raul? I'm gonna make a little coffee, a little plant check. Actually, let me make my coffee first, and then I'll take you in the grow tent.
Oh, he's gonna take us in the grow room.
Grow tent's kind of empty right now, though. I started having a bit of a spider mite problem, so I trimmed back all of the lemon balm mint, so there's nothing left. It's gonna completely regrow from the base, you'll see. And then the 2 weed plants that are in there, depending on how well my spray works, I don't know, we might actually be getting rid of those plants. There's a good chance of getting rid of everything in the grow tent, sanitizing it and starting over because of stupid spider mites. Yeah, I'll make this coffee and then I'll show you how the grow room.
Gotta get some ladybird beetles.
Yeah, other people were telling me to buy ladybugs, but the only option for buying ladybugs around here was I had to buy a minimum of 1,000. I didn't want to buy 1,000 ladybugs when I only need like 50 type shit. Plus, I don't want to deal with them like, I don't want my apartment to get filled with ladybugs. But I got a spray that kind of works.
He's in there smoking with the plants. Oh, he's making his coffee. Instant coffee, bro? Come on. No, he's got the freaking Hills Brothers instant with a Nescafe. Bro. And a sugar cube like the olden days. Instant coffee. And cold milk. It's not even going to be hot anymore, bro. Oh man, I gotta have mine all hot.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Full baby face shave at sub goal. Son of a bitch. What the fuck is that? Oh, he's just curing. What the hell is that? Oh, it must be his lemon balm. He's gotta go to outside, man. Anyways. That shit's dead, bro. Dude, just forget about it. That ain't gonna grow. Dude, you're fucking shot. You're in there smoking with your plants, dude? Come on. The Rasta King. Copy. Dude. Paste. How do you read?
So,
oops.
I just sprayed it again yesterday. I noticed at the bottom leaves, there's more spider mite damage already. There's already more spider mite damage on that plant. So I think I'm just gonna get rid of it. I'm just gonna kill it, chop it down, kill it, get rid of it. I'm not gonna sit here and spray that plant every single day. And I'm definitely not buying ladybugs.
Toggle partner income.
Those other two plants that were on the table outside the tent, those are peppermint. Hopefully they're not affected.
Alright.
Yeah, growing weed inside is a pain in the ass. It's not one thing, it's the other. It's always something, always some sort of issue. Too much work, too much money.
Taking a bath is a pain in the ass, you know, if it's not one thing or another, you gotta wash your ass, your face, you know. This fucking guy with his instant coffee. Alright. Let's see what Destiny's up to. He only has 1.8 thousand. Yeah. Debating TPUSA students in Arizona. What? Bit toast. He's not really debating TPUSA students in Arizona.
Real quick, oh wait.
He is.
Real quick, microphones look good, right?
Hello, hello, hello.
Audio's good? Okay, cool.
Good.
Flip through cameras real quick,
good,
make
right?
sure they're good.
Hello,
Waiting?
hello, hello.
What? Don't say that. Okay, cool.
Good.
Flip through cameras real quick, make sure all three look good. You're on studio still, right? Don't say that.
What do you mean I'm echoing?
What do you mean I'm echoing?
Flip through cameras real quick, make sure all three look good. You're on studio still, right? Don't say that.
What do you mean I'm echoing?
Okay, cool. Flip through cameras real quick, make sure all three look good. You're on studio still, right?
This is Strider Bickler, and I endorse Donald J. Trump for his third re-election bid. Fourth actually. You need Nico Pack and you need Strider Bickler. This is the Bickler way.
Gleaming Live is still on?
It's time. With Alex Stein.
Are we ready? Yeah. Give
Sound
me a
better?
countdown and. Wow, hello, what's up, stream? We are here to do a few hours of debates with the wonderful Turning Point USA people in Tempe, Arizona. I believe is how it's pronounced, right?
Yeah, I'm actually not with Turning Point.
Well, some of you guys are, some of you guys
yeah,
aren't.
some
But
of us.
real quick, do you want to introduce yourself? Who are you? Why do you? Yeah.
Strider Bickler, run a company, Off the Record USA. We do media, conservative media. You've debated some of our guys in the past, so good to finally meet you.
What's the biggest one or two people I've debated in the past, you guys?
We've
Also
been
remember to
working
screen
with Riley Nimi, so.
Okay, gotcha.
We've debated him. I just saw a clip of his today on your page.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. So.
All right. Well, what's the first topic? What do you want to go over?
Dude, I'll let you take it. I don't really care. I'm
So
open to anything.
Okay, so obviously the big thing that I'm debating right now is wait, real quick. You're switching cameras?
We good?
Okay. There you go, motherfucker. That's right.
Live?
Yeah, we're live. No, we're live. You're just switching cameras.
I'm just
We're good.
kidding.
So obviously, the biggest thing I'm arguing with people right now is I think that at this point, I think Kamala Harris probably would have been a better president in almost every side.
Before he rescues me from the traps of my
Really?
enemies.
Bible study on the front.
Turn to me and have
front of the
mercy,
page?
for I am alone and in deep distress.
Wow,
My
wee.
problems go from bad to worse. Oh, save me from them all. Feel my pain and see my trouble. Forgive.
Chat roulette. viewers recommend it. Do. 10,000 watching. Let's kick that down. Downies that kicked us down.
The cold does not forgive.
What is this? Please, top 3.
Justice, by law or by sword?
No. What? I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on.
Balance in all things.
Not Draven, Draven.
Oh boy, 575 points each. How?
Next in line, next to die. Demacia!
Choose evil, get shot. Time to strike. I'm done talking. Judgment's coming. Choose evil, get shot.
Demacia clears the path. Yordle incoming!
Trump has done it. Fire Faucet. After these messages, we'll be right back.
Still never got that high DPS fix. I got the other one because it seems like it's a little faster, so just, I don't know. I mean, it's very smooth right now. Not high DPS as in high DPS. High DPS as in fast loading. Slips, candy, hints, apply. Smell that? What's that? Dredges! I need dredges!
Yes.
had a little guess. Oh, heart merchant and dick queen. Go get him, man. Sick him. Now if he could just learn to walk. This'll be cool to watch. I like watching the robots go after these guys.
Got it. It's fucking taking him out. Oh no! Trap! I just thought after. Hilarious. Covered saucepan. You didn't get him. There's still one over there. Come on, go get him. What are you doing? Alright, I'll go get him. That was for fun. Where are those guys? You got this one. There's still another guy talking. He's up above, I bet. Any magazines? Aha! There he is. Get him! No, don't attack him, man. Oh no. Cut that out. I need to get the disable robot perk. I don't know why he decided to attack him. He must have walked in front of the... That's too bad. Alright, let's check this out. Oh, there's another turret over there. Let's see. Books? I need an overdue book. I need to build that back up. Burnt book, burnt text. Nope. Okay, robot, don't crowd me. I can't move. Alright. Bugle. What was this one? Bugle. Okay. There
Damn, you're almost as good at picking that lock as Dark. Cetaphil or something? What is that? Is that your other character? I bet you it is. You almost got as many channels as me. I'm the best. You're pretty good, though. People are jelly of our channels, man. It takes a lot of dedication to have a lot of channels. Maybe you do a better job. I don't know. You got all verified and stuff. Bathrobe. I don't have one of those. Now I do. What's this? Baseball uniform. I'll take one of those. Wait. Great Neck. I got one of those. Let's see. Okay. What else? What do you guys got here? What do you guys got over here? Ah. That's some crazy fashion right there, man. It gets crazier all the time. Sugar bombs, that stuff will kill ya. Wonder where that other gun is. I hear it. Is it over here? There he is. Got ya. She. Where are you? There's another one. Think you can hide? Think you can hide? Yep. I sure do. Oh, there he is. He was right there. He's coming. Oh, he's jumping down on it. Here comes a blade for you. You won't have time because you're getting disintegrated, buddy. Mr. Handyfield, I got feel for you, buddy. Don't worry. Oh wait, what's this? Thought there was some guy here that has a heavy weaponer, but maybe not. Okay, so if we cleared all this stuff, we came up here. We can go over here. It doesn't go anywhere. Let's just go over here. What's here? Nothing? Oh, I hear the gun. I'm still hearing it. Where is it? Uh-oh. Oh, they're falling on me. They're just giving up. They're like, wait, they're gonna fall over on you. That must be up above. I am not hearing. Oh, what's this? Stars and Stripe bandana. I don't have that one. Now I do. Okay, I have all those other ones. Where is... You hear it? You hear the engine running of the... Oh, it's up here.